I'm Tom.
I'm James.
And we're going to talk about the Master Margarita. So I'll read a little introduction. Mikhail Bulgakov worked on this luminous book throughout one of the darkest decades of the century. His last revisions were dictated to his wife a few weeks before his death in 1940 at the age of 49. For him, there was never any question of publishing the novel. The mere existence of the manuscript, had it come to the knowledge of Stalin's police, would almost certainly have led to the permanent disappearance of its author. Yet the book was of great importance to him, and he clearly believed that a time would come when it would be published. Another 26 years had to pass before events bore out that belief, and the Master of Margarita, by what seems a surprising oversight in Soviet literary politics, finally appeared in print. The effect was electrifying. There we go.
That's interesting already. I mean, there's a couple of things there that I didn't entirely know. I don't think it was clear to me exactly how close it was to his death that he was still making revisions to it.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite clear in my mind. I knew it was published posthumously.
Yeah.
But not really aside from that. It's interesting the detail there about it perhaps being considered an oversight to allow it to be published. Yeah, it just makes me wonder.
I think they were so strict on what could be published, what was in line with the party. There's even an extra bit in this introduction. It talks about there was one other book that came out the year before.
Okay.
I'll try and remember the name of that. That also kind of slipped through the net, but for the most part, it was. I imagine all art and all those kind of things were all just propaganda. And actually, I did read about in one of these introductions. So this or the other one, Bulgakov, the author, he directed some plays, and some of his own ones, some of his own adaptations of like famous historical books. But then he also did a play about the childhood of Stalin. So those were the kind of things, yeah. And I think actually that's something he felt very guilty about. That's what I kind of again picked up in this introduction.
Guilty in what sense?
Well, he clearly didn't believe in communism and that kind of regime, how Russia was being run.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that the play portrayed Stalin in a very kind of by the book positive light, and upon reflection, Bulgakov would have preferred not to have been associated with putting that on. Is that what you mean? I think he would have had his reasons. He needed money, like we all have our reasons for doing things. Yeah, of course.
But he must have regretted
it. We certainly get the impression that things were so locked down and so propaganda driven. Did they find some alternative publisher? Did they somehow kind of rush it out through a back channel, or was there someone in the government who was sympathetic to it and allowed it? I have no idea, but it's intriguing.
Yeah,
or was it obfuscated well enough?
I think that's what I was going to say. Because I was saying to you earlier that. So for the background, we've read this book. We kind of went in not really knowing anything about it, and we've purposely not done any research. If any other book, and I was reading it as soon as I'd finished the last page, I'd be on YouTube looking at video essays. I'd be doing all that.
Similar, yeah.
But yeah, we've not done this for this book. So yeah, I'm hypothesizing with these ideas. So I was saying to you earlier that part of the reason why I've read this book and I've not gathered reams through it and got all the themes and get everything that he's trying to do is because it's so obfuscated. That's a good word for it, obfuscated. I think I can't remember what I said earlier. I think I said, I can't remember, but obfuscated.
Something similar.
Yeah, obfuscated is the right word. And I imagine this book would have landed on someone's desk and it being luck of the draw whether this person picked up the ideas it's trying to get across, what it's trying to say. So for example, all the four Pontius Pilate chapters, I think most people has heard of Pontius Pilate, but maybe they just didn't think too much into the parallels it's drawing, the rewriting of those biblical stories. Maybe it was just an oversight. So Jesus' name is different, Jerusalem's name is different. That might have been one of the ways in where they just didn't catch it, and maybe that was a purposeful decision by Bulgakov to do that. Although I think mostly he's just trying to retell that story in a slightly different way, or the master's trying to retell that story in a slightly different way for an effect. I couldn't say exactly what that effect is, except the chapters of Pontius Pilate and the rest of the chapters both have powerful figures in them who can have power over life and death. That's the main comparison I can draw.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, drawing that comparison between Pontius Pilate and Volland, you mean there? Or
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh, and one other thing I read in the introduction, which was interesting, which was about kind of good to hint as to why there are those 4 chapters set 2000-ish years in the past. I can't find the exact bit now, but it mentions that Bulgakov. Oh, I've got it right here. Clearly, what first spurred Bulgakov to write the novel was his outrage at the portrayals of Christ in Soviet anti-religious propaganda. It says The Godless was an actual monthly magazine of atheism published from 1922 to 1940. I think that might be the magazine they're talking about in the first chapter, like the poem that.
Oh, is that right?
I think so. It says a response was based on a simple reversal, a vivid circumstantial narrative of what was thought to be a myth invented by the ruling class, and a breaking down of the self-evident reality of Moscow life by the intrusion of the stranger. I'm not sure what they mean by the intrusion of the stranger.
Is that now referring to Volland turning up, or am I missing something?
No, I think it is referring to Volland, but maybe as well, if they feel like the myth, the kind of Christ myth, was invented by the ruling class. Maybe that is the stranger. So maybe both Volland is the stranger and Christ is the stranger as well, who's entered into the lives of people and influences them. Maybe that's not like. Maybe it's the opposite of what he was trying to go for. But yeah, I'm just trying to conjecture. Do you move on to chapter 1?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, yeah. So never talk to strangers. So it starts off with Berlioz, who I thought was going to be the main character for the rest of the book because his name is so strikingly similar to the author's. I think even the middle name, I think his first name, middle name are the same, and then Berlioz instead of Bulgakov. So I kind of thought, oh, this is Bulgakov in one of the characters, and then actually, well, really, it's I think the master. Although I imagine like he's present in all the characters in some way, like an opinion he has or a certain viewpoint he has, he would draw from for the other characters, but.
Just on that point, is there anything that immediately came to your mind from Berlioz that you think is potentially, a viewpoint shared by the author or anything like that? Or
not really.
No,
I think I was just jumping to conclusions with the name, and I guess maybe the fact that he was also a writer. But I get the impression that if Bulgakov was outraged about their representation of Christ, I don't necessarily know if he was a religious man, but he would have some opinions. I can't imagine he would have shared the opinions of Berlioz.
I agree. Yeah.
So yeah, he's in the Patriarch's Pond in Moscow with what's his name now? Ivan or Bezdomny is his nickname as a poet, and he's got Bezdomny to write a poem. I think they used the word poem quite loosely though. I think when he's saying poem, it's not like la di da di da di da. I don't think it's like a lines and stanzas. I think it might be a looser term than that. That's what I'm thinking.
Some sort of like free verse or
yeah. So they're talking about. I think they're both atheists, and to Volland they're quite open about this, and I think they're disagreeing of how Christ was represented. From memory, Ivan portrays Christ in quite a human light, and we see that later on in the later Pontius Pilate. I think the second or the third chapter where Christ is dying on the cross and it takes hours, he's suffering, and someone gives him water, and that's like from Catholic school. I don't think that's is not. He's portrayed as suffering for like a long time, but it never goes into that like human detail of all the emotions and feelings he would be having. It's kind of he's suffering and that's it. Like they wouldn't. It's like almost like a not inhuman suffering, but something other than human. His suffering, like because he's so good and so pure and
right. Okay, that's interesting. I'd not thought of it like that. But yes, in terms of that initial debate that they're having at the start, I think if I recall correctly, so Bezdomny, as you said, has been basically commissioned to write this poem for this atheist publication, of some kind, and I think Berlioz's view, as you were saying, was that effectively the poem seemed to go off the assumption that Jesus did really exist, and therefore, although it was fitting the brief of belittling him in some way, sort of being seen as anti-Jesus, it was written in such a way that it almost gave credence to the fact that he did actually exist and was a real person.
Yeah.
Whereas Berlioz's view was that no, you shouldn't even be conceding that. Yeah, it should rather be this is all complete nonsense.
Yeah, he's a character in a story. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And then the professor shows up. We don't learn the name he has for most of the book. I saw like halfway through the book. I think it's a good maybe not halfway, but it's a good few chapters before we hear the name Volland.
Is that right? I couldn't remember if he actually gave his name.
I remember like flicking back through chapter 1 to see if there was any reference, and I couldn't see one. I think he gives the letter W as like his name. I think he hands a card over to one of them, and it has like Professor W, something like that. But he definitely doesn't give the full name.
That's ringing a bell. Yeah,
that comes much later.
Okay.
And then he's interested in their conversation, and then he goes into chapter 2, which is the Volland's like first-hand account of the conversation that Pontius Pilate has with the Jesus-like character. What was he called again?
Yeshua.
Yeah.
If that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, that sounds.
Don't quote me on it.
No, but yeah, at least you remember the name.
Yeah, and just to mention, almost just because I remembered really, and that's, am I right in saying Berlioz? So just before Volland arrives, doesn't he have almost a hallucination of some kind, or like a vision? Doesn't he? Like he sees some kind of.
He sees like a smoky, translucent figure. I think it's Koroviev.
Yes, I think you're right. He describes him, doesn't he? Yeah.
Like the checkered. I think it's a checkered suit jacket.
Yeah.
And maybe the other kind of the like descriptions of him, like I think he has like a particular hat, his walleye. I think.
Is that Azazello?
Oh, I think I'm mixing up.
Walleye,
I think I'm confusing.
One of them
has
the. I don't even know how you say it. Is it pince nez? Is it French?
Yeah.
The
pince nez. Oh yeah.
IPC.
French, you would know better. Yeah.
Well, if it's French, it sounds French.
It sounds it. Yeah, I'm confusing the two. Another thing from that as well is, so he sees him as like a foreshadowing, and then he's going to see that ex-choir master Koroviev like minutes later. I think around the same time he gets this this sensation in his heart, like a poking or a pinprick.
You're exactly right. Yes.
And I think he then reflects on it, like, oh, I should go. I'm working too much. I should go get some time away. And it's probably a bit of a stretch, but I'm wondering if, like, way later in the book, like in flat 50, Berlioz's flat, when it's now being occupied by Volland and his crew, there's a bit where it shows. I think isn't it Azazello who's very good with a gun. He can shoot, and he can almost shoot something he can't even see.
Yes,
it did remind me of that. Like, I think it was the description of being shot, and I'm wondering, like, obviously he doesn't shoot him in the heart there because he doesn't die there. But I'm wondering if there's something there where that's Azazello also making his appearance with the pain in the heart, and then it would actually be all of them represented at the beginning.
That's really interesting. I'd not spotted that similarity at all. We'll have to go back and check that and confirm that later on.
I think it might be a bit of a reach, but that came to mind when we get to that point later in the book where I think Behemoth is like challenging him to what he can shoot, and he can shoot like through a pillow or through a cushion or something that he can't. I think it's like he was shooting a specific spade on a playing card,
like a pip on the card.
Yes,
I think.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So that came to mind, and then luckily I got my notes here. The stranger. Oh yeah, I think he might even just have been the stranger at this point. Tells Berlioz that his meeting that evening will not go ahead, and that he will die from having his head cut off, and that a woman will do it. And then lo and behold, a couple of minutes later, he's leaving for that meeting, slips on, I think, a sunflower oil.
Yes, that's right.
And then the ex-choir master warns him about the turnstile. He trips on the turnstile and then is run over by a tram. His head is rolling, which Ivan sees, and it's a woman driving the tram. So it all comes true that he's killed by beheading by a woman, if you could place the blame on the woman driving the tram.
Yes, and I can't remember exactly the phrasing that Volland uses, but because when he first brings up the impending death of Berlioz, is it not in response to a sort of what's the word? Almost logical point. I think they're debating something, aren't they?
I was just looking this up because actually Berlioz doesn't die until chapter 3, because in the middle, Volland relates his account of Pontius Pilate. So chapter 3 is called The Seventh Proof.
Yes, that's right.
And it's related to that. It's the I can't remember exactly what the proofs are. I very much imagine it's to do with belief, but it's going back a bit now.
Yes.
So the last bit of chapter 1. There's no need for any proof, answered the professor in a low voice, his foreign accent vanishing altogether. He began. It's very simple. Early in the morning of the 14th of the spring month of Nisan, the procurator... how did you describe it? Procurator. No.
Yes.
Procurator.
I think so.
Of Judea, Pontius Pilate, in a white cloak lined with blood red... ... But there's something about proofs.
Oh yeah, so the bit I was thinking of earlier was where they're arguing about whether man rules himself or not. And Volland says, this is the question that disturbs me. If there is no God, then who, one wonders, rules the life of man and keeps the world in order? To which Bezdormley angrily answers, man rules himself. And then effectively Volland goes on to say, well, if man rules himself, then how would it be that you might suddenly get your head cut off by a tram?
Right.
Effectively.
Yeah.
And then goes into that detail.
If there are 6 like proofs of God, that would make sense why that would be the 7th proof. Like proof that there's something above man, and man does not rule himself. And I think that man ruling himself, I don't think I can articulate it very well, but it seems to be an allusion to communism, where like this people are specifically the proletariat, the working class people are like taking control of everything in their lives. And then at the other end you've got Stalin, their supreme leader, who they worship. I remember reading once that Stalin wanted children to think of themselves as children of Stalin first, and then children of their parents second. Like he was the be all and end all, and he's a man. So that I see parallels in man ruling himself there. It's not exactly I rule myself, you rule yourself, but Berlioz as a man of the people of Moscow would see man rules himself, but what they really mean is Stalin rules us.
Yeah, interesting.
And then in chapter 2, Pontius Pilate. So Pilate meets Yeshua Yeshua Han Nostri,
Yeah, that sounds good.
and he's speaking to him. I wrote down my notes. Pilate is greatly moved by Christ's words. Referring to him as Christ. When he hears that he will not be the one saved from crucifixion, he tries to overrule this decision. So I think he's easily, or maybe not easily, but he's swayed by the general vote of the people who have a say that the three people who are going to be crucified, or maybe it's four. One person gets saved as like a rule. All these people are going to be sentenced to death. One is given a pass and they can live. And people want Yeshua to be that person, and it sounded like Pilate wanted him to be that person as well. But he didn't fight. He didn't fight for it. He took the easier way out and didn't press for what he wanted. He went with the popular decision.
Can you remember the sort of power dynamics involved there? Because there's that discussion, isn't there, that he has. Do you know who it is he's talking to? The guy who comes and visits him. Yeah,
it's like an impressive soldier, Mark.
No, that's not who I was thinking of.
Oh, you're thinking of someone else?
Well, yeah, I thought there was a conversation that Pilate has with someone almost in secret.
There's a mention of a high priest.
Yes, it may well be that. That sounds quite likely.
What do I hear, Procurator? Caiaphas answered proudly and calmly, so I'm going to try and pronounce it. Mm-hmm. Are you threatening me?
Yes,
when sentence
right,
has been duly pronounced and confirmed by yourself, can this be so? We are accustomed by the Roman procurator choosing his words carefully before saying anything. I trust no one can have overheard us, hegemon. Or hegemon. So I get the impression that Pilate does have the final say, but like anyone in those positions, but like anyone who has those positions, he's still persuaded by the people around him, and I could see someone in that ruling position making a decision not necessarily because it's the one they want, but because it's a political move or it's a peacekeeping move, and they can't constantly stamp their feet and have everything their way, otherwise there would be rebellion.
Yeah. So I don't think I really understood the exact reasoning behind their decision of who to release. And I don't know if that was intentionally the case or it was implied and I missed it. But so on page 44, basically Caiaphas says the Sanhedrin, is that how you say that?
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it.
Requests the release of Bar Abba.
Oh, yes.
And basically, it seems that Pilate doesn't have the power.
Oh, he is
willing or both to contest that, and sort of gently tries to contest it.
Yeah.
He's shut down.
Yeah, I wrote here, the procurator was obscurely aware that he still had something to say to the prisoner, Yeshua, and that perhaps, too, he had more to learn from him.
Mm.
Which then I guess suggests that Pilate has already learnt from Yeshua, whether in that brief meeting or previously. And he refers to him as a preacher of peace. And when Pilate makes the announcement of who will be spared to the crowd of thousands, he cannot open his eyes in case he sees Yeshua. I'm paraphrasing there. I think like part of it is like it's so bright. It's such a hot, bright, sunny day that he's almost blinded by it. And maybe that's like a willful blindness as well, a willful blindness to what the right thing would be, and just going with, oh well, I'm being overruled, so that's fine. I won't speak my piece. I can just accept that I'm being overruled, which is what a lot of people in a communist society would use to justify their actions, I think.
That's a good parallel. One thing that I liked, and I think it will come up maybe in chapter 3 as well, about the first chapter. Well, actually, just firstly, the writing and the kind of dialogue in general, I really liked. I found surprisingly, I can't remember if you said something similar, I think you might have done. I found it surprisingly enjoyable, sort of almost humorous in places. So particularly thinking of that first discussion at Patriarch's Ponds between the three of them.
Yeah.
There's some of the lines in that. I'll see if anything immediately jumps out, but it might be that you have one in your head already. But just sort of, I think there are a couple of bits where they both Berlioz and Bezdomny react to Volland or something that Volland says.
Oh yeah.
So it might be like they're speculating as to where he's from, and one of them says, I think he might be British or something, and he's like, the other one's like, yeah, he's definitely a foreigner, and then they start to speculate that he might be German, or he must be German, and things like that. And I also liked that they then, and I think Bulgakov does this perhaps with some other characters later in the book, but within one passage will be referring to a certain character by different names.
Yes.
So I think, as you mentioned earlier, he might refer to Volland as the stranger, and then after they've then identified him as this foreigner, it's then the foreigner, and it might then jump to a few other names as well. Yeah.
I think the introduction of the Penguin Classics one talks about how I think in the original manuscript of the book there was like a narrator, but then he took that out, and then in its place is a narrator that kind of like floats from different perspectives. It always has like a consistent way of telling the story, but kind of. I think even at one point we kind of hear the thoughts of Berlioz and Bezdomny, like their thoughts around who he can be. Like I don't think it's necessarily they're like whispering about him. I think we're almost just getting insight into their thoughts. We can like read their thoughts.
I think you're exactly right. I think it is that. It's their thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it pans out, and exactly. And then like how the rest of it is being written, it is informed by what we've just learned, be it their opinions or someone's name, and now we hear from their name. I think, from reading that introduction, it seems like the narration in particular is something that people really praise. I can't say I picked up lots of examples of that, but that is one that comes to mind now that you mention it.
It's really nice. I certainly found it very easy to read and quite humorous, and I think actually in general probably all the scenes involving Volland and his entourage I found generally quite entertaining.
They mess with each other and they make jokes, and I wonder if this is just coming to mind now. I wonder if that kind of humour and behaviour was quite uncommon at the time, at least maybe with the exception of Behind Closed Doors, and you needed to be quite a rebellious person to act in that way, and that's them acting in that way in Moscow at that time. And maybe there's a parallel there. Like you had to be a devilish figure to behave in this way, but at the same time, I don't think Bulgakov he's not critiquing that. I think he'd almost be celebrating it. He'd almost be trying to draw attention to it. But I guess one way of it getting past the party is if you portray the people who are behaving this way as evil. But really, I didn't like hate Volland. Probably really at any point.
Me neither.
I didn't, or even dislike him. In fact, I think there are a number of characters whose lives he transforms for the better in what he does. I mean, obviously not Berlioz, he got his head lopped off. And even if Volland wasn't directly responsible for it, and that was Berlioz's fate, he still, in theory, could have done something, or at least tried to help him. Even a word of comfort the minute before he died. He doesn't do that kind of stuff. So fair enough, he's not an angel. But I wonder if that's how those ideas crept their way in. Like going back to earlier when we talked about how did it find itself published.
I like that. I'd not thought of it like that.
I hadn't thought of that before either, actually. So it's good that we're having this discussion. So the seventh proof is quite short looking back at it, and it's basically Berlioz getting up, going to his meeting, dying, and then Ivan, I don't know if he has some kind of inclination that something's happening, but I think he's up from the bench at this point, and he maybe is going after Berlioz in some way or heading in that same direction. He sees his head rolling, sees that. Oh, I guess he's going because he's concerned for Berlioz, because Volland just said that he's gonna not make it to his meeting, so maybe he went after him out of concern. I don't remember now, but as soon as he sees that head rolling, he's almost immediately chasing Volland. We don't learn his name until later, but Koroviev and the big cat, whose name we don't know yet, but is Behemoth. He's chasing them. And then that is chapter 4 from memory, the chase. Yeah, the pursuit. Ivan chases the professor, the ex-choir master, and a cat the size of a pig, black as soot, walking on hind legs through the streets of Moscow. And the fact that Behemoth, the cat, there's a bit where he gets on a bus and the bus conductor's reacting to him, should make it quite clear that it's not just Ivan's imagination. He's really seeing these like fantastical creatures, and he's trying to chase them because he wants them arrested for he wants them to take responsibility for Berlioz's death, basically.
Yes.
And then some strange stuff happens to Ivan, like stranger than that. So disconcerted but not for long, for no apparent reason, Ivan Nikolaevich had a sudden intuition that the professor must be in house number 13, flat 47. I don't know where, there's no real explanation for how he gets those numbers in his head for that flat. And he only briefly goes there. Flat was relatively uneventful. He didn't find the professor. Ivan is not dissuaded by this failed intuition. Soon after, Ivan is convinced that the professor is on the Moscow River, and then he goes there. He takes his clothes off so he can go into the river, and then it kind of next. He's coming back out of the river. He hasn't found him. I think his clothes are gone.
That's right.
And then he goes. It said the sight unnerved him so much that he bit his hand until it drew blood. So yeah, he's clearly freaking out, basically. And then I think that goes. Stop me if you want to talk more about chapter 4. But going on to chapter 5, the affair at Graboyedov. We get a detailed description of the house, the restaurant on the ground floor, and the working rooms of various writers above. People are enjoying themselves really late at night, and then Ivan I think he climbs over the fence, rips his trousers. I guess he at least has his trousers, and he's just like he's just a madman. I think he hits someone, and then he's finally contained and taken off to the clinic, the psychiatrist clinic. He's taken off there. So this is like the beginning of that transformative period for Ivan. Obviously, it's the particularly bad part. He's clearly in shock from what he's seen, and now he's going to be sent to this clinic, which probably is the best place for him right now. But then in there, we'll see he'll kind of go through this transformation. He no longer wants to write the kind of what he was writing before, the kind of style he was writing before. And there's even a chapter later on, I think it's called The Two Ivans, which is literally just about him, and he refers to him like a part of himself as the old Ivan and the new Ivan, and this transformation he's gone through. So, and Ivan survives all the way through the book, so he looks back on his time before as just like wasted, essentially. So I can't help but think that Volland, not in the nicest way, but probably did him a favour, like opened his eyes to the life he was leading. I imagine, thinking about it now, a lot of what he was writing was just like propaganda, like anti-religious or like pro-party, all this kind of propaganda that would have furthered the communist cause.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I think, am I right in saying that he, being Ivan, picks up an icon at that first house?
Yeah, he does. I can't remember what it is.
And when he then turns up,
he's holding
at
it.
The Masalit headquarters. Yeah, or has it kind of tied around his neck, or
that's right,
something like that.
It's around his neck, yeah.
Well, I guess you could almost look at that as the beginning of his eyes being opened to religion, and yeah, I guess as you're saying, kind of seeing things other than the regime, or what he's been
Yeah.
brought up to believe and to parrot.
Yeah, there's a bit here that I've luckily come across. In the gloom, a silent row of 10 or so primuses stood on a marble slab. I remember Googling what a primus was.
I googled it about 5 times.
Yeah, what is a primus? Because another one comes up later, doesn't it?
Several times.
Yeah.
I think Behemoth is randomly carrying one around a lot of the time. I think when they have the boilers, when they have the shootout
Yeah.
in the flat later on, I think he's messing around with the primus.
What is a primus again?
It's tested my googling.
Yeah.
Effectively like a portable stove, I think.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, that rings bell from when I was looking up as well. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Why does he have this? A single ray of moonlight, and moonlight comes up quite a few times later. Actually, I remember on the copy of the vintage edition.
Yeah.
So the cover is a big black cat, obviously Behemoth, and then a moon. He's like holding onto a moon, and then in front of that is a flying pig. So obviously the cat. When I was reading it, the cat immediately comes to mind. Okay, the cat is Behemoth, and then later on the flying pig is that's Margarita's neighbour.
Yes.
But I didn't get the moon. It wasn't until very late in the book when like the moonlight comes in a few more times that I actually kind of started to clock the significance to it, and here is probably the first mention of moonlight, although it could have been earlier, maybe in like Patriarch's Pond or something. But anyway, about the icon, a single ray of moonlight struggling through a dirty window that had not been cleaned for years cast a dim light into one corner where there hung a forgotten icon, the stubs of 2 candles still stuck in its frame. Beneath the big icon was another made of paper and fastened to the wall with tin tacks. Nobody knows what came over Ivan, but before letting himself out by the back staircase, he stole one of the candles and the little paper icon. Clutching these objects, he left the strange apartment, muttering, embarrassed by his recent experience in the bathroom. That's the icon. And yeah, this reference to moonlight, which is like almost some kind of, I think it's something to do with redemption. So Pontius Pilate sees the moonlight when he's in his like house later on, yes. And then at the very, very end, Pilate goes to meet Yeshua again when he's kind of his story is finished. I think he travels up like literally walks up like a path of moonlight, essentially to heaven. I think that's what it was getting at. Oh, and yeah, Ivan says, "I must go to Griboyedov. He's bound to be there." I think I've asked you this before. Is Griboyedov and Masalit the same place?
Yeah. So my understanding is Masalit is this Moscow literary organisation.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And their headquarters, if you like, is that building come restaurant complex.
Yes.
Griboyedov. However you said it, Griboyedov.
Yeah. I've got the benefit of being right in front of me. I think that's probably the first maybe theme I actually picked up on was Bulgakov. Almost like he definitely had a critique of like writers at the time, and then there's a good quote later on, which is when Behemoth and Koroviev are going into Griboyedov, and they say someone says, do you have a member's card? This is a place for writers. And he says, a writer is a writer not because he has a membership card, but because he writes. So a number of times I think he's sharing his opinion of writers at the time. I imagine he thought them quite baseless and just without substance. Their writings are just purely furthering an existing cause. They're writing what they know will be well received and printed and popular and is a safe thing to write. And then something the Penguin Classic edition introduction pointed out to me that I didn't really appreciate the significance of before. I just thought it was one of these fanciful elements, was the invisible man, the man who's made invisible. I think that's actually in the bank.
The suit.
Yeah,
he carries on.
Yes.
Taking his phone calls
Sorry,
and
he's not
writing things. Is that who you mean?
Yeah, because I was going to say it's more the significance of this empty suit that's continuing writing, which I didn't really pick up enough. I wish I had. But yeah, maybe he's not just invisible. Is he like almost not actually in the suit? Is that what they're trying to get across? He's definitely invisible. Like, I think you can hear him. I guess he may or may not be in the suit still, but I think, yeah, something I didn't pick up on was actually the emphasis is this empty suit writing away. And that's, I imagine, how Bulgakov viewed these people. They're just filling that role, they're just filling that suit and doing the job, and there's actual no humanity in it. It's just, it's going to be done by someone, so someone could make the argument, well, it might as well be me, someone else will do it, even if it's possibly deplorable behaviour that's quite, against the people.
Absolutely, yeah. I love that.
Should we move on?
Yeah.
This is quite funny. I'll share this, but I don't think this is I don't keep thinking this now, but this is what I thought at the time. So chapter 6, schizophrenia. A doctor with a pointed beard comes to see Ivan. And I actually wrote this, I believe this man to be the devil again. But then I thought, but then perhaps that like motif, that like classic portrayal of the devil of having this pointy beard. I think of like the robot from the devil from Futurama. It's this robot with an actual like pointed beard that you can take off and put on. I don't think he is the devil. I don't think he is like Satan in the book. The reason I say that is because I think one thing I'd heard about this book is that the devil comes to Moscow. Actually, yeah, it says in the back of the vintage classics, one hot spring, the devil makes a personal appearance in Moscow accompanied by various demons. So that's probably where I started to jump to conclusions. Oh, this is the devil. Maybe not necessarily knowing it was the professor.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I say again. I must have thought it was the professor, and then he's also showing himself up again as the doctor if he was taking on multiple guises. But this doctor's actually I quite liked him as a character. He seemed quite caring. And there's another, I think his name is like Stravinsky or something like that. Like another man who treats Ivan, and the two of them are quite caring characters. They're like, they seem like they're good doctors. They care, but at the same time, it's quite a funny chapter. So when Ivan gets the opportunity to grab the phone, he says, "Police, is that the duty officer? Sergeant, please arrange to send 5 motorcycles with sidecars armed with machine guns to arrest the foreign professor." And then I think the phone snatched off of him. And then later on, attempting to jump through a window to escape the clinic and failing, he says, "Fine sort of glass you put in your windows. Let me go, let me go." I couldn't help but like smiling and seeing that the two sides of this chapter, like Ivan saying stuff that I find quite funny, and then at the same time this doctor is being quite serious and quite caring and showing genuine concern.
So you mentioned 2 doctors. So this initially then, is this not Stravinsky then? I forget exactly.
I don't think so. But yeah, I remember liking the doctor. I think I actually liked Stravinsky more. I thought he was more caring. So he's the one who convinces Ivan to stay. And he convinces him to stay and not just call the police by getting him to write down everything he wants to say, and then almost sleeping on it. And then I think hopefully with the idea in seeing the ridiculousness of what he's claiming has happened, even though we know it really has happened, but for most people it's an outlandish claim. And I thought that was quite good. And he does convince Ivan to stay.
Yes, you're right.
Which is probably for the best, because then that's where he meets the master. And at the end of the book, Ivan intends to carry on the master's work by writing a sequel. That's what the master says to him at the end before he goes off into the afterlife. Essentially, I think that's what they're trying to get across.
Yes, because Ivan basically changes his whole profession, doesn't he? Doesn't he start teaching? Start teaching somewhere?
Yes, that rings a bell. That comes at the end of the book, right?
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. We also meet another poet here, Ryokin, a fellow poet, also comes to a crisis point, questioning his life choices after visiting Ivan in the asylum. I read that as well. So he goes and he visits Ivan, and then he comes away with like a pretty similar experience to Ivan, who experienced something a lot more directly, where he's questioning what he's doing, which is an interesting idea, that one person could have an idea and how infectious it is, like it latches on to the next person and the next.
Okay, yeah, because I forget, does Ivan directly insult Buchan in his poetry in that chapter? I sort of had a vague memory of that.
That does ring a bell.
And then, as you mentioned, when he's then sat in the taxi or wherever he is on his way back from the hospital, he then reflects upon it and he sees he sees the statue, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so the famous poet, is it Pushkin?
Oh, okay.
Have I made that up?
That rings a bell.
I don't claim to be particularly knowledgeable.
No, me neither. I assume this is someone that Bulgakov held in high regard.
Yeah.
And who all of Russia would have, if there was. I assume that statue is real.
Yes, I think that's correct. Yeah, I think very famous.
One quote I wrote down, and this is Ivan speaking about Royakin, a typical kulak mentality, which I guess would be a bit of an insult.
Where that means what again? Exactly.
So, a kulak was like a class of people in a communist society, and I think they were like formally defined as like I think they were typically farmers, and they had like a certain amount of land, and basically they were the good, successful farmers, is what I understand.
Right.
And they were like vilified, and there was this period of collectivization. So instead of having all these different farmers with their own bits of land, it would all kind of be collectivized into like one, like the people's farm, essentially. I don't think they called it exactly that. And the idea is that the workers of the farm and the Communist Party itself would kind of own that means of production, and it would be better because these selfish, I'm paraphrasing now, these selfish kulaks would be keeping more wealth for themselves, and they would be the people with the biggest houses in the village. But that basically led to like famine and starvation and death, because you take away the actual incentive structure. The kulaks were the good farmers. They were incentivized to produce as much food as possible to sell to get more money. As soon as people don't own their own farm, people aren't going to be as motivated to work as hard. And I think that's, in my opinion, one of the reasons why communism fails. It fails to recognize human behavior. Like, you take away that motivating factor, and people don't work as hard. And these kulaks are essentially like, I think they were like round up and either killed or exiled to Siberia, which was like probably something close to a death sentence. And they were just got rid of.
Oh, really? What? So having had their land taken, effectively.
Yeah, the whole livelihoods. Yeah.
Vanished.
Yeah. So I think so I guess a kulak mentality would be quite a selfish mentality, or quite like wanting more, or having more than your share of what should be evenly distributed amongst the people, ignoring the fact that it's something that you earned through hard work and investment.
Yeah, that's right, because Ivan then goes on to describe him as a kulak masquerading as a proletarian.
Right, okay, yeah.
Look at his mean face and compare it with all that pompous verse he writes for May Day. All that stuff about onwards and upwards and banners waving. If you could look inside him and see what he's thinking, you'd be sickened, is what he says.
Okay,
As he
interesting.
then proceeds to give a hoot of malicious laughter.
So I wonder if Ivan had these opinions, like, say, before the start of the book, or was he one of these people who was churning out this kind of content? Would Ivan say the same of past Ivan, is what I'm thinking now.
That's really interesting. Yeah, sort of has he already begun this transformation, this journey of rediscovery by this point?
Yeah, I think people are capable of that. I think people, I'm sure I've done this in my life where I'll gain some piece of knowledge that kind of changes my worldview, maybe in a decent way, and all of a sudden I've got some like low opinion of a certain thing or of a certain idea, or actually I probably woke up that morning and if someone asked me about it, I would have shared a certain opinion that I then disagreed with later that day. So I think that can be quite a human thing. I think it's pretty scaled up in this like fantastical novel, but I think it's still in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess you sort of get the impression he's being led on this journey by Roland.
Yeah.
But yeah, sort of how exactly that works, in a fantastical sense. Like,
Yeah.
How much of it is opening one's eyes to then do the reflection themselves versus holding their hand the whole way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder if Bulgakov himself went through a similar thing where he had the opinion of most people from what he was taught in school, and then had this revelation and was suddenly thinking differently. And maybe whether it was like a devil on his shoulder or someone whispering like heathen words to him that actually changed his opinion, maybe that's what Volland is for Ivan. He's that I was going to say devil's advocate, but not really that. Like, he's that alternate opinion that, is frowned upon that actually does spark you to think different.
Yeah, that would make sense. And I guess particularly given what you were saying earlier about Bulgakov apparently showing regret for having put on pro-Stalin plays and similar in the past. But yeah, that sounds quite likely. Yeah.
Like in that bit you read out from what Ivan's saying about Ryukin, a kulak masquerading as a proletariat, writing about like banners waving and stuff. I'm sure that is a thought Bulgakov would have had about other people, and maybe even himself in the past if he was doing that to quite a degree.
Quite possible.
Yeah. And then how does schizophrenia end? Oh, it ends with Ryukin. Yeah, a quarter of an hour later, Ryukin is sitting in absolute solitude, hunched over a dish of sardines, drinking glass after glass of vodka, understanding more and more about himself, and admitting there was nothing in his life that he could put right. He could only try to forget.
Wow. Do you know if he reappears in the book, Ryukin? I didn't immediately.
I don't think so.
No.
Maybe very, very, very briefly at the end. Okay. Maybe.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
But possibly not. He's definitely not a big character.
Yeah, I don't think in any consequential way at least.
And then chapter 7, the haunted flat, Stepper. But I don't know if you found the same thing. I kept getting Stepper confused with another character. I think maybe Stepan or something like that. Like,
okay,
there was multiple Steppers. But this is Stepper, Berlioz's roommate, is visited by the same trio, the Professor, ex-choir master and Black Cat. Stepper is revealed to be a layabout and an uninspired sponger. Like other characters, a visit from the Professor shakes him out of his everyday life. Although in this case, a lot more.
Yeah.
Physically, he's sent to Yalta.
Shaken very far out of his everyday life.
And that's how Volland takes over Berlioz's flat.
Yes, that's right. And it gets revealed to Stepper, doesn't it, that he's apparently signed all these contracts for Volland and his entourage to perform their Black Magic Revealed show at the theatre.
He
has no memory of this.
Which I think we'll come across later as well. This is, I think, the first example of where like people in control can control the public record, and we see this again later when like the master gets his flat back. It's just a case of changing the records to show that he never moved out. It was never no longer his property. I'm sure this is like a critique of how that happened. I don't know for certain that in the Stalin and the communist regime was actively doing that, but I think of 1984 and
that sort of very revisionist history was, I think it's fair to say, was fairly commonplace. As I mentioned to you earlier, having just finished rereading George Orwell's Animal Farm. See something that comes up a lot in that.
And they did this even in Russia in the in the Soviet era with the gulags. They kept it a secret. These secret work camps where millions of people went, and that was worked and died there, and there was a secret from the world basically. So it's not like they're actively changing the record, but they're hiding it. So the result is the same.
Mm-hmm.
And then chapter 8, a deal between professor and poet. Ivan speaks to the professor in charge at the clinic, who is kind and not forceful towards him. I think this is who I was talking about earlier. I believe his name is Stravinsky. He knows that he can't help Ivan unless he acknowledges a problem and even lets him leave. By the end of the conversation, Ivan is convinced to stay, instead writing down what he wants to tell the police. And then I wrote down, perhaps this is a purposeful tactic of the professor to get Ivan to see the incredulity of his story, how crazy it sounds. He says, "Are you a poet?" "Yes, I am," replied Ivan glumly, and for the first time he suddenly felt an inexplicable revulsion to poetry. Remembering some of his own poems, they struck him as vaguely unpleasant. Which is, I think this is when Ivan's having those thoughts now, which kind of mirrors what Ryokin was feeling at the end of chapter 6. I think Ryokin was actually a bit ahead of the curve of questioning his works, and then Ivan follows suit.
Yes, you're right. And it's interesting, this chapter being called A Duel Between Professor and Poet, and where that professor is Stravinsky. Well, he's certainly referred to as a professor in some of the dialogue, but is it a coincidence that they use that same word for him and for Volland?
It could be, he wouldn't necessarily refer to a lot of doctors as professors.
No.
How do you do? My name is Dr. Stravinsky, he said as he sat down, looking amiably at Ivan. Here you are, Alexander Nikolaevich, said a neatly bearded man, and handed the chief Ivan's filled-in questionnaire. Oh no, we will listen very carefully to everything you have to say, said Stravinsky seriously and reassuringly, and on no account shall we allow anyone to say you're mad. And he does mention the story about Pontius Pilate to Stravinsky, which is obviously a cause for concern that he's talking about this. There's a number of, I think during my reading I did struggle a bit at times to follow all the different characters. So we saw Stepa. The next chapter 9, Korovyev's Tricks. We're introduced to Nikanor Ivanovich Bossoy, chairman of the Tenants Association. He's bribed by a man who calls himself Korovyev. He also later refers to himself as Timothy. This mysterious figure is in Berlioz's apartment and is described as looking exactly like the ex-choir master. He describes himself as I've written Walden's interpreter. I must have just got my vowels mixed up.
I think so. Yes, I don't remember there being.
It's Volland's interpreter,
secondary character.
So Korovyev immediately betrays Nikanor once again predicting the actions of someone with minute accuracy. I don't actually remember Korovyev doing that before. Maybe I was referring to Volland predicting the actions of Berlioz getting his head chopped off. Nikanor, also after being bribed, Nikanor Bossoy is arrested because the foreign money is found, I think he's actually given normal rubles, and then they transform themselves into dollars.
Yes, exactly.
Um,
That's how it appears. Yeah.
And he's described as being scarcely recognisable, staggering like a drunkard and muttering to himself. This follows the pattern that anyone who has an encounter with Professor Volland is worse off afterwards. Yeah, like anyone who crosses his path is. Well, I argue that some people in the end turn out better for this transformation, but I don't think Bossoy is one of those people. I think he's just like shaken to his core and not the same afterwards. But I can definitely imagine, like, I think I don't know if secret police is the right word for. Like, I think it is actually. I think it is. Like secret police coming into your house, doing a search, finding something they don't like, taking you away in the middle of the night. That's exactly the kind of thing that did happen.
Yes.
And I've read about that before. Although in this case, it's not Satan or his retinue that are doing this. It's the police that are coming and taking him away. Yes, they've kind of engineered that situation, but this man is being arrested for having dollars. I think the justification is that the dollars should go to like the party, the people, and I think they're quite valuable. They could pretty good exchange rate. The people could benefit a lot from the dollars, and this one man shouldn't be hoarding them. That's my interpretation.
Oh, is that right? Yeah,
that's my guess.
I didn't know if there was an angle of. Well, it's the same thing really in terms of withholding it from, from the state, from others and similar.
Yeah. And just maybe in general the secretive nature of it.
Yeah. Whether it would be a similar kind of thing to. Having your money in a Swiss bank account or one of those kind of things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, hiding things. Yeah, in various ways, and maybe dollars being used for more like underground black market deal. Perhaps that's just my guess. So that's another person who's ruined. I don't know if that like necessarily ties in super strictly with the book, but it kind of. I think we're still building up those characters of Koroviev and Voland and Behemoth as they establish themselves in Moscow. They're taking over this flat. Anyone who could be a nuisance to them and get in their way are being dealt with, but at the same time they're being dealt with in ways that is an allusion to how people were dealt with back then.
Yes, and I think the splitting of the whole work into the two books.
Mm-hmm.
The first of which is sort of that, as you describe, I think, isn't it? The kind of you have quite a few of these small characters who are, coming into contact with Holland and his crew and getting whisked away and whatever you said, and well, ultimately the majority of them ending up in the clinic.
Yeah,
and then. I think then the second book, obviously moving a bit ahead here, but I think the second book begins with Margarita's entrance, I believe, doesn't it? And then it sort of takes on... I don't know how to describe it really, but it's sort of in juxtaposition, if you like, with the first part.
Yeah.
With all these kind of maybe non-believers, if you like, having these interactions and ending up worse off to then, I guess, primarily Margarita.
Yeah, it follows her for at least... I think I was surprised that I finished that first chapter with Margarita, and then there's another chapter with her, from memory. And that was kind of surprising, because the first half of the book is jumping around so much.
That's right, yeah. And I think if I remember rightly, the pace really seems to pick up a lot in those chapters as well.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just a lot more... Is it actually more action-packed? I'm not sure if that's true. I remember from a reader's standpoint being a lot more gripped by those chapters.
Same.
I don't really know why, but okay. Yeah.
I think it's necessarily more action-packed, but the pace is faster, and probably because we're following Margarita for quite a while as she goes through everything she experiences early on. I think do we pick up her story and she's already separate. Yeah, she's already separated from the Master because the Master's in the clinic, and then we learn about their time previously, and I think she's back with her husband, or she's always been with her husband, yeah, but like they're estranged. I think I remember reading the introduction that Margarita, she wasn't in the first kind of iterations of the book. She is Bulgakov's wife. I think he had a few different wives, but he, like his final wife Margarita is based on. And before they got together, she was married to like a military man who kind of almost wasn't letting her leave to be with this writer. So I think there's some quite direct parallels there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite aware of that.
That came up in the one of the introductions. Yeah, which is quite useful background. I mean, it didn't inform. I didn't know that when I was reading it, but yeah, reading it afterwards, it didn't inform too much. But yeah, clearly he's basing this character off of someone quite close to him, and it also lends to the idea that the Master is him in many ways. He's someone who's like dedicated a portion of his life to writing a work, and he's worried about it being found, so he's burning it and he's writing it again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So just to clarify that, so you say that Margarita wasn't even in the initial versions?
I don't even think I think the Master was, but in like a much smaller role. And then they came in because it wasn't called Master and Margarita. I think he went through a few different titles, and then they become characters, and I think become bigger and bigger characters.
Right. I wonder how and why that change came about and how it affected the kind of overall feeling of the work.
Yeah.
Did you come across that anywhere? Or?
No, I didn't see anything like that. In that very first chapter of Margarita, she has a dream about him, the Master, and thinks she'll find him soon. She goes for a walk in the park where Berlioz's funeral procession is passing by, and she has a thought, oh, I wonder who that is. And then this man that's come and sat down near her, as having read her mind, says, oh, it's Berlioz, who I guess is like somewhat of a known figure. This is Azazello. This is Azazello. I think this is the first time we meet him.
Is it?
I think so. Or like maybe we've seen him before, but this is when the kind of spotlight is on him, and we learn his name, and he's speaking to someone.
I think you're right. I think he does feature before, but pretty much as the sort of thug type character who gets brought in to kick someone out of the flat or beat up Veronica in the phone box or phone booth or wherever. Maybe it's not there actually. I can't remember, but that sort of thing.
He's definitely there previously as this thuggish character, this kind of almost background character. He answers her rhetorical question as to the identity of the deceased, and points out Latansky when asked, and this is the critic who wrote about the Master's book. So when Margarita realises that the critic of the Master's book should be there in the funeral procession, she asks this man, which one is he? And he points him out. And then he, Azazello, invites her on behalf of a very distinguished foreign gentleman. And as she walks away, kind of like, I think she tells him to like fuck off or something. Or,
basically.
Yeah. And he calls her a whore. He starts to recite the manuscript, which immediately gets her attention. I think she even comes and sits down, and then after some questioning, Azazello tells Margarita, yeah, he's alive all right, obviously referring to the Master. So agreeing to go, she's given a little round gold box and told to rub the ointment inside all over her body. Exactly 8:30, so she's given this like ritual to do at a very specific time, which is, I imagine back then, like I'm sure, like I always picture like the past being like more prude than we are now, but I imagine it'd be quite like a very like sexual image that he's conjuring. I can't imagine that many, especially popular books, would have this kind of thing in it. It seems like it's actually I could see it almost being like quite a sexual book. Like there's the naked maid who's like the vampire, and she opens the door to someone and she's wearing like some kind of like nightgown or something that's like very revealing.
Yeah,
there's a few of those different things.
Yeah, that's right. Does that point get brought up in sort of one of the forwards somewhere? I feel like I've heard someone make that point. Maybe.
No, I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Sure.
Someone just struck me. I don't think I remember reading it in one of those.
But no, that's a good point regardless. Yeah.
I think it adds to like the sensational nature of the book. I'm sure people would have bigger problems with other parts of the book than he's describing, like some naked women. But yeah, it's something that adds to it. And then so Margarita, and then chapter 20, Azazello's Cream, a dark, naturally curly-haired woman of 20 years, teeth bared and laughing uncontrollably, was looking out of the mirror at the 30-year-old Margarita. So she's been rejuvenated. She writes a final letter to her husband, then mounts a broom, and flies out of the window shouting, "I'm invisible, I'm invisible." And I think it might be Azazello that comes and like briefly to her room and kind of gives her some instructions when she started to do it. Like I remember someone tells her to take the broom and to she will turn invisible if she says that she turns invisible. And it's actually the first of at least one other time. This is one other time I can think of where she. I think it's almost portrayed as it's portrayed as she's doing something magical, but there's two times in the book I think of where Margarita makes something happen by announcing it's going to happen. So this is the first one where she's invisible, which is more fantastical. The second time is later on, where after she goes to Satan's ball, and it's quite an ordeal for her. I think she's like physically hurt and she's exhausted by it. She comes back and Satan says, "Okay, what do you want? You can have a gift for this." You'd expect her to ask for the master's return, but instead she asks for a woman she met there to no longer be haunted. I think she loses her child and she keeps getting reminded by being given back a handkerchief.
Yeah, she I think killed her child in a way that was perhaps morally understandable.
Right,
Can't
yes.
remember the exact circumstances.
It's ringing a bell now.
Yeah.
So Margarita asks for her to stop being given the handkerchief, and Volum basically tells her she can do that. She can do that herself, and she basically, I think that woman is summoned, and Margarita basically says she's forgiven, or tells her to forgive herself, something along those lines. And then Margarita then offers to keep kind of serving Voland. And in the end, he doesn't ask for anything more, but he says, "Okay, now you can really have a wish." And then she gets the master back.
Yes, you're right.
So this is the first time, which is more fantastical. It's not giving someone comfort. Like in the real life, you can give someone comfort with your words, but in real life, you can't shout, I'm invisible," and jump out a window. People will just think strange things. And then it's the third chapter in a row of Margarita, The Flight. Margarita trashes Latansky's apartment. She appears to enjoy the chaos she can get away with. And Natasha catches up to her, having used the ointment herself. She rides a pig, the neighbour. She lands outside the city, where she is greeted by a fat man without trousers. I can't remember too much about him. And then
No.
they take a ride in a car. And it's like a crow that drives the car.
That's
like a
right.
humanoid,
Yeah.
like a half man, half crow kind of creature.
Is it half man?
Oh, maybe not.
Is it just fully crow?
I think it's just like fully crow, but more anthropomorphized. The way he's I think he's maybe even wearing the kind of clothes that a driver would wear, something like that.
I hope so.
I might be inventing that.
Sort of driver's cap and
Yeah.
driving gloves.
Yeah.
Could you wear driving gloves as a crow? They're actually wing shaped, I suppose.
If any of them could, he could.
Yeah.
And then by candlelight, 22, Margarita and Azazello. So I'm getting through these chapters quicker now. Do stop me. But I think that kind of mirrors what we were saying earlier, that the pace of this picks up. I feel like more of the story is happening. Or maybe that's not fair actually, but we're following Margarita, and it's easier to follow along what's going on, because it's just one chapter ends and the next chapter begins as the last chapter ended, and if for quite a few chapters it flows well.
Yeah, and it almost reflects that sort of fantastical nature of it, I think.
Yeah.
Almost you sort of suddenly kind of
Swept
whisked
up.
off.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's very true. And yeah, it catches us off guard as much as Margarita. So Margarita and Azazello head back to flat number 50. They ascend an impossibly large staircase in the dark flat. They encounter Koroviev wearing tails. He tells Margarita that she is of royal blood. Voland is playing chess against Behemoth. And we only see this character like once or twice. Voland calls Abaddona, who wears dark glasses which made such a powerful impression on Margarita that she gave a low cry. So it's like
is that meant to be death?
I would imagine so. He was definitely seen the most violent and deadly character, almost hard to look at.
I can't remember if he appeared when is it Baron Michael?
Oh, that rings a
probably
bell.
butchered that name, but when a character appears at Satan's rout at the Springboard and gets denounced as a spy, and I think killed on the spot.
Yes,
pretty much.
That is Abaddona, and that's when Voland appears at this ball, this party, for the first time. I think he's not there previously, and he's in his kind of loungewear, almost looking a bit scruffy, and then he's given this man's like skull, and I think, does he drink from the skull, something like that?
I'd forgotten.
So I think the flesh must have been melted away or something.
Yeah,
it's just the skull, and this transforms Voland into like he's wearing looking like sharp. He's got like tails on himself, I think, and then I think there's a moment where he's standing with Queen Margot, as Margarita is referred to sometimes in that chapter.
Yes. Your health, ladies and gentlemen, said Voland, and raised the goblet to his lips. An instant metamorphosis took place. The nightshirt and darned slippers vanished. Voland was wearing a black gown with a sword at his hip. He strode over to Margarita, offered her the goblet, and said in a commanding voice, "Drink." So that's the bit you refer to, I think.
Does he get Margarita to drink?
Yeah. So that seems to signal the end of the ball, effectively.
Right.
Her eyes shut, Margarita took a sip, and the sweet juice ran through her veins. Her ears rang. She was deafened by cocks crowing. Interesting. A distant band played a march. The crowd of guests faded. The tail-coated men and the women withered to dust, and before her eyes the bodies began to rot. The stench of the tomb filled the air. The columns dissolved, the lights went out, the fountains dried up and vanished with the camellias and the tulips. All that remained was what had been there before, poor Berlioz's drawing room, with a shaft of light falling through its half-open door. Margarita opened it wide and went in. And that signals the end of that chapter, Satan's Rout. And then they're back in Berlioz's apartment.
And then, again, following Margarita, the Master is released. Margarita, Voland and his crew return to Berlioz's flat. Margarita had an uncomfortable feeling that people were watching the flat during the ball, which I imagine is like people would be fearful of people watching what they were doing back then. I imagine it's an allusion to that.
Right, okay. Where does that crop up, do you know? That's in that subsequent chapter, did you say?
Yeah, the Master is released.
Ah, yeah.
So that's when they return. then it said, Margarita felt cheated that she was not offered any reward for services. Despite this, she offers her services once again to Volland. Well, and he responds, "Well said." And that's when Volland warns Margarita from asking for things from those more powerful than her. He then offers her a reward. Yeah, warns her from asking for things from people more powerful than her, then offers her a reward. She asks for Frida to stop being sent handkerchiefs. Volland tells her that she can achieve this herself. Margarita then frees Frida from her torment, suggesting that anyone with a bit of courage can achieve their aims. I think that's my notes, not actually what Margarita said, but that's kind of what I picked up from it, which maybe is explaining Bulgakov's kind of courage to write what he's written a bit, like, and maybe like trying to signal that he's not someone special. He's just someone who could be someone courageous enough to write something so dangerous is probably the word that they would describe it, something so controversial. But at the same, so he's kind of maybe praising himself a little bit, but at the same time saying anyone could do it. Anyone is capable of doing it. You don't have to be a world-class writer. You just have to be brave enough to say what you're thinking. And I think Volland encourages that in Margarita by saying, you can achieve this yourself. And then Margarita says this to Frida, the woman who's tormented, that you can move past this with a bit of courage.
Yeah, nice.
And then I talked about this previously. Volland would not help Frida because it is outside of his department to do so. So he kind of refers to him having a department that he's responsible for. And he says, "I admit that our scope is fairly wide. In fact, it is much wider than a number of sharp-eyed people imagine." I started writing page numbers from this point on, so that helps. That was page 322.
Nice.
And I wrote, I think this is Bulgakov hinting at the secret police, their reach, and possibly a willful blindness on the part of people. Yeah, Margarita is allowed to ask for something herself. She asks for the master, who is brought to her. And then, wanting to return to their old life, the current tenant of the master's flat is summoned, and Volland outs him as the one who lodged a complaint. "You did it because you wanted to get his flat." That was Azazello on page 328. And that, from what I understand, that happened all the time. People would possibly even fabricate things about their neighbours because they liked their flat. And a reward for ratting on people would be to get the flat that they're about to be kicked out of and sent to a gulag or worse. And that's quite on the nose here. I think this is the most obvious allusion to what really was happening so far in the book. That is the most on the nose example I can think of, based on my knowledge.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then the records are changed. The master is no longer a patient at the clinic, and he gets his flat back. And according to the records, he never left it. And the master says, when you said that once you remove the document, you remove the man as well. And that's the master. I think he's referring to the man who took his flat. He kind of just removes him from the records almost, and he's just gone. Which again, I would have happened. People would suddenly be encouraged not to refer to a person who's been taken out and taken away. I'm sure that happened.
Yeah, just disappeared basically. One thing, I'm not even sure if it counts as tangential to what we were just discussing there, but on the subject of looking to acquire someone else's flat. You remember when one of the, I forget, is it uncles of Berlioz?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He finds out about what's happened to Berlioz, and is suddenly very interested in the possibility of acquiring a flat in Moscow for himself. I just wondered, I just kind of wanted your view on it really. Did you take much from that chapter? So the first thing that I just noticed, I don't think I noticed at the time, was that I think Voland sends the telegram to the uncle.
Oh, that's right.
Because I think when we were going back through chapter 1 or 3 or whatever it was, 3 probably, earlier, yeah, he makes some kind of off-the-cuff remark saying, yeah, shall I send a telegram or something?
Right.
I think I'd need to double check.
That rings a bell.
But so that just made me wonder, was there some significance of Voland doing that?
Mm.
And then the guy coming to Moscow, and then... Yeah, I don't know.
I think so. Wasn't he like the only family member that actually kind of really came?
Is that right?
Possibly.
Yeah, it's certainly the only one that's mentioned.
I think they had a good relationship. The uncle of the late Berlioz, Maximilian Andreevich, comes to Moscow to claim his nephew's flat. And then he has an encounter with Koroviev. Azazela like roughly escorts him out. And that's when he sees the barman of the Variety Theatre going in, because he had some of that money from the show that turned back into like wine labels and other random things, right. And he's asking it to get turned back again, which Voland does actually do for him, but then this man is convinced it's just going to revert back once again. But yeah, I can't remember. I remember the uncle. Yeah, seeming quite genuine. He obviously wants a better flat, but I didn't get the impression he's just like a vulture just swooping in.
Oh, did you not?
Not exactly.
I did get that impression.
You did get that impression?
Certainly more that, I think. But maybe it's somewhere in between. Maybe there was a bit of affection there, but I got the impression that the primary reason for his visit was the potential acquisition of the flat, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, because I don't think he goes to the funeral. But they don't really mention.
He's told not to, actually.
Oh, is this right?
So, after being welcomed, should we say, to the flat by Koroviev, Behemoth then comes over and addresses him, and it basically results in Behemoth taking the guy's passport and making some remark about it being some... I don't know what he says exactly, but basically insults the guy and chucks his passport away. And
he does get his passport back, I think.
He chucks it down the stairs.
Yes, yeah.
So he tells him that he to basically leave and he's not coming to the funeral.
Yeah.
And he should forget any thoughts about getting his hands on the flat.
Yeah.
And then kicks him out, chucks his passport and case down the stairs.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's Koroviev that does it, actually.
Right.
Having taken a chicken out of his case. I didn't understand if that was actually the uncle's chicken. It seemed like a weird thing for the uncle to have in his case. I thought it was the uncle's case.
No, I think that is, yeah.
And Koroviev takes out the chicken and smacks the uncle over the head with it, knocks him down the stairs, and then proceeds to devour a drumstick or similar, I think, before slamming the door.
Does the uncle have... Doesn't he have a brief run-in with the neighbour downstairs, number 48? Or is that a different time? I think maybe later on we hear from... I think her name's Anna the Plague.
Yes.
I think she hears that. I think later on we cut to her and she hears that encounter. Because then later on she steals that like horseshoe that's very valuable, but
that's
she doesn't
right.
end up holding onto
Yes.
it. So essentially, it's like a couple of cases where the more everyday people are shown in a quite negative light as quite money grabbing and selfish. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if I blame them, because from what I understand, like conditions wouldn't have been amazing. Like living space was in very high demand. There wasn't enough to go around. I think people lived like in quite cramped conditions. So just normal sized flat. There might be two families living in it. I think that's the kind of impression I get. Yeah, he's painting them in a. I think Bulgakov is painting them in a. I guess I was going to say a negative light, an honest light of what they were actually like.
Yeah, I think, like you say, you could imagine, being driven to that sort of behaviour potentially, no matter what your character and intentions were.
And I imagine he's more criticising the regime they're living under and what he leads people to do than necessarily than just criticising the people themselves. Well, I like to think so anyway.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Cool. Yeah, so I know you... One thing I was wondering is you mentioned a couple of times, I think, in what we've said so far, about certain parts in the book likely being references to Russia at the time. And obviously, as you said already, we deliberately haven't read any summaries or similar, so I'm sure a lot of this is probably, obviously will have been thought about a lot and probably decided upon quite obviously. But did you have in your head at this stage any particular parts that you sort of thought were deliberately kind of one-to-one mappings maybe with elements of that society? I think specifically with Voland and his associates, did you kind of view them in any particular way with that sort of parallel?
Yeah, not particularly. I think this kind of shows how much depth there is to this book. It's not just it's not, like you said, it's not a one. I don't think there's a one-to-one mapping. I think Voland and his crew at times represent kind of the worst of the government and the secret police. Well, not necessarily the worst, just the typical behaviour of them. But also, so an example of that would be kind of abducting people or mistreating them physically, emotionally, mentally. And then also they can represent the reprehensible behaviour of the individual people. An example of that doesn't come to mind, which maybe suggests that actually, maybe to me they do represent more maybe they do represent more of the government side actually. So they kind of behave as the government or the secret police would behave, like abducting people and such. But then they also call out people. So in the chapter we were just talking about, the Master is released. Azazello kind of challenges the current occupant of the Master's flat, saying you did it because you wanted to get his flat, is the exact words I can see on the page.
Yes.
So they behave reprehensibly, but they also call out other people behaving that way as well. In my mind, they also represented, maybe they still do, maybe the apathy of the people. They obviously don't show care for individual people. So maybe there's an element of that too. So yeah, now that you've asked me, maybe I lean more towards Voland and his crew representing those in power, the established, the government. But I don't think it's that simple. And I think if it was, maybe it would have been picked up as a problematic book that shouldn't have been published. And maybe that helped it slip through, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, because I have to say my instinct, without really, analysing their behaviour in detail, is to see them, that being Voland and co, in quite a positive light. I don't know really why that is necessarily. It might just be, and I know I've said this to you before, perhaps earlier in this recording, and that's how humorous I found particularly their segments.
Yeah.
Some of their sort of kind of playing around amongst each other, the tendency of Behemoth to play the fool a lot of the time. I found those scenes just quite amusing, quite entertaining. And I think a lot of it felt to me like they were sort of almost pointing out the foolishness of others and perhaps of society.
Okay.
I'm to say I'm not. It may well be. I'll go back and I'll read these things and think actually no, that's not true. And I mean obviously, as you mentioned,
they themselves do carry out various actions that are probably questionable. Obviously, sending someone away to, is it Yalta?
Yeah, you have to like some seaside, right?
To, I think, just for the purposes of installing themselves in his flat. Things like that. There are clear things where, you couldn't argue really that they were behaving in necessarily the best fashion. But yeah, I'm just trying to think. But a lot of the time, like at their black magic revealed display, for example, I don't think we've really chatted about that chapter much yet. And actually, maybe I'll just ask you first. Did you feel like that performance kind of said anything particularly to you? Did it leave you feeling a certain way? Did you feel like it clearly represented something? Or, what were your thoughts on the show?
Yeah, it's humorous, and I agree with you, they are humorous characters. They're probably the most maybe not necessarily the most relatable characters, but they're actually the most likable, like just in terms of their actions and their entertainment value.
Yeah, I think perhaps aside from potentially Margarita, I haven't really thought about many of the other characters. No, she's the only one who comes to mind.
Like how much we learn about her journey, like the emotions she feels, and I'd say that maybe the Master as well, to a slightly lesser degree. But yeah, otherwise it's Volin and his crew. So I think in the show, I think they do a good job. I'm trying to remember now all the different parts of it, but they do a good job of like showing human nature. So they give out free money, and people are pouring over this. They give out free clothes to the women, and as soon as most of them see that this goes well for the first woman to go on stage, they're all at it. And I think they're even throwing away their old clothes, which is why when their new clothes disappear, they're left naked. And I think there's probably something that Bulgakov is saying there, in that image, that kind of ridiculous, like not as in it, like a unlikely, very unlikely situation. Or maybe not unlikely, but that fantastical situation. Of people like all these women naked in the street all of a sudden, which would have, in what would have been a very reserved society. Not that that would be acceptable today, but yeah, I think there's clearly a purpose to that show, and it's on the surface to entertain, but yeah, really it's showing human nature, because there's the money that he gives out, there's the clothes. I think the clothes is the final one, or am I misremembering that? I have a feeling there's a guy's head git's pulled off and then reattached.
Yes, that's right. That's another. And I think, well, I should just touch on the last thing first. I think it's the last scene. I'm trying to remember exactly how things play out, but there's effectively that esteemed, is it actor or
yes,
I think someone in the arts again.
Yes.
Someone Apollonovich maybe.
That sounds right.
I'm pulling that out of thin air, but someone who's sat up in the books, I think, isn't he? And
I don't know if he's an actor. He's definitely high up in that world.
Yeah.
Let's see if I'll find the name.
Because there's basically, is it he or someone he's with calls out, do they perhaps, and asks about, do they ask for Volland to explain how they've done it? Is it something like that? And then all I remember is effectively it ends with them revealing, in fact, he's having an affair with someone.
Yes, that is definitely called out. Is it Grigory Danilovich? Grigory Danilovich inquired stiffly where the professor's equipment might be. "Why, bless you, my dear sir," replied the magician's assistant. "We have all the equipment we need with us now. Look, eins, zwei, drei." There's also Rimsky. Rimsky does make other appearances in the rest of the book.
Yeah, I think he only appears, I think, he might be referenced later, but I think he basically only appears
in the show. He's one of the guests at the show.
Yeah, like quite esteemed in that world. Which there's I couldn't say what it is, but the fact that Bulgakov worked in the theatre, because I think it's this copy, the vintage classic copy, where it talks about it, even before the introduction, and the other Penguin Classic one expands on this.
Yeah.
Bulgakov was frustrated that he couldn't get anything published. He was being like held back from being like a successful author. So he wrote to the Communist Party saying, if I can't work, then just let me leave. And then in response to that, he gets a call directly from Stalin, and they have a phone call. And after that, Bulgakov gets a job at a theatre, I think as like an assistant director. So yeah, I can't say exactly what what all this significance is here, but I very much imagine that makes its way into the book. And given this was, he was still writing this at the end of his life, then those events must have happened before the final version of the book. But there's Arkady Apollinich, page 151.
Yes, I'm just looking at that now. That's the guy. Chairman of the Moscow Theatre's Acoustics Commission.
That's it. There's a number of times where people have titles where they're like the head of a commission or an organisation where it's incredibly specific, very like so much structure and all these titles, and that's probably the peak of it. The Acoustics Commission.
Yeah, that's true actually. And I think often when I first read them, actually, I sort of assume these people as being quite, quite senior, quite skilled people in certain areas, and it's only, like you say, almost when you actually read the title, you think, hang on a minute, what actually is that? Is this just some kind of made up department?
Yeah, I get the impression they weren't real titles, but there are titles in real Soviet Union Moscow that kind of echoed this and were just as ridiculous.
Yeah, that's right. So he says, "Oh yeah, nice one, good job, nice tricks. It's about time that you now revealed how you did them."
Yeah.
To which an argument ensues, and yeah, I think Koroviev ends up calling out the affair that he's having with someone.
Yeah. It's almost maybe a bit of hypocrisy there. Oh, reveal your secrets when I have secrets of my own to reveal.
Absolutely.
And just going back to the cutting off of the head, which happens just before that.
Yes.
Page 146. I think so. Bravo abruptly roared a bass from high up in the gallery. And there's Koroviev is saying, "What should we do with him?" And then it says, "Cut off his head," said a stern voice. What did you say, sir? So I think someone in the audience shouts out, "Cut off his head."
I think you're right.
Which is quite interesting. And obviously these guys, are the kind of people that will actually do it if you call it out. They do reattach his head later, which I think is actually the first, beyond a giant talking cat, probably, and the magic money, like that is the real, like killing and bringing back to life is. I remember that struck me as this book going like to the next level of fantastical. You could maybe argue for some level of realism of what we've seen before, but that's just next level, like taking off someone's head and putting it back on. But yeah, it's interesting that it's someone in the audience that shows that bloodlust, and I think that's what you would get in any audience, and especially with the if you're it's a dark room, you know, if you could shout out quick enough and maybe you couldn't be identified, and it kind of goes to show that kind of mob mentality showing its way.
I completely agree. Yeah, I was thinking that. I think it goes to back up perfectly your point when I first asked you about the show, you know, about it ultimately revealing something about the audience, really. You know, it's effectively their show almost, I think. You know, if you look at everything, Roland, Koroviev and the gang, they're basically just pleasing the audience, I think, if you read it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It doesn't work out for them in the end, but maybe that's it. Maybe that's what Bulgakov is saying, is this is how people act, and this is what it's going to result in. Just the timeline's a lot quicker. And you when you were talking about Volin and his crew before we started talking about this specific chapter in the show, you were talking about like their actions in the book, and I was saying before that I kind of think they represent the most reprehensible. Then you were saying, and I don't necessarily disagree, but you were saying they're actually quite likable, and I agree. I think they could be both at the same time. I think with a skilled author, they can be both at the same time. They're kind of doing the deeds that people do, but also calling them out at the same time. I think one of the things they do, which is actually quite redemptive, or like just a good thing they do, is they challenge people's like worldview and how they're living their life. The most significant one is Ivan Bezdomny.
Yes.
And then there's the chapter of the two Ivans, which we haven't really talked about, where this is a single Ivan the chapter is talking about. It's Ivan in the psychiatric clinic, and the two Ivans are the old him and the new him. The new him is very changed, and it's a dramatic change over a short period of time. And this new Ivan doesn't view his old life, his old works with the same pride he probably once had. Now he sees what he's been doing as not of value, maybe even a waste of time, and he wants to do very different going forward. It's the chapter before Black Magic Revealed, actually. So that's interesting. There's also the other poet, Royakin, who we talked about before. He has a similar change where he views he doesn't want to write poetry anymore. And then probably Margarita goes through a big change as well, where, and maybe we can get onto this, where she talks about this like psychological change, along with an actual kind of magical change as well, where she becomes a witch, and her behaviour changes a lot. But then also shows a lot of kindness. So specifically in the kindness she shows to the woman who was being tortured. Frida, yeah, exactly. Frida, she's been basically tortured in death, like beyond her life. And Margarita has one wish, and she could wish for herself, but she actually uses that. She tries to use that wish for Frida, this woman she met an hour ago, if not less. And she's been given this ability to. Well, she's been given like ability in general, like, and power, and that's how she uses it. So maybe I think the credit could be all to her there. She wasn't even kind of pushed in any way, I don't necessarily think, but she chose to act that way. But I still see it as a transformation.
Yeah, potentially. I'd need to remind myself a bit more as to how her character was at the start, if it was necessarily a transformation, or if perhaps it was already her kind of in her character, but
maybe
like you say, she was now given the ability to
she was given the
harness that and do good with it, perhaps.
I think you're right. I think it is more that, and maybe she was chosen for that reason, maybe because she had good heart and good nature, although she does trash that critic's flat, so she's not perfect.
No.
But who is?
Yeah, and I'm sure we could have an interesting discussion on how you define perfect. So.
Yeah. And I think it was quite clear in one of the introductions that she was based off of. I think Bulgakov had a few wives, but his wife that was with him to the end.
Yeah,
and then she continued with the work. She was pushing to get it published, which it was in it was originally published in a limited form. I think it was quite censored or redacted. Not all of it was published at first, but then she kept at it, and eventually all of it was published, which after Bulgakov's death is kind of to all her credit for getting it published. So obviously the book can't reference that because it happened afterwards, but she was clearly quite a determined person, and that probably comes across in the character of Margarita.
Yeah, okay. So do you see there being a lot of direct parallels between Bulgakov's own situation with this book and potentially others of his works and getting them published, and the situation with the master in the novel?
There's the quite direct comparison where, so this is one thing I kind of did accidentally pick up on when we weren't trying to research.
Yeah, sure.
But I think the second copy of the book I got, the introduction touches on that, where Bulgakov burnt the first copy of the manuscript.
I remember you saying.
And then basically picked it back up again from memory. And then obviously the master does exactly that. He burnt his copy of his Pontius Pilate story. I think there was some remains of it, but Volin and his crew do return that to him. Actually, it's basically where we are now. The end of the Master is released. They return back to the Master's flat now that he's been essentially given his flat back. The Master is there, Margarita's there. Margarita picks up where she left off reading the manuscript, which has been restored and given back to them. Obviously in the book, some otherworldly being has given it back to him. In reality, Bulgakov basically would have rewritten it in a much more raw, much more everyday way. Just would have taken a lot more time. And then I know that the introduction did talk as well about his wife, just like Margarita, was married to a military man when they met, and they had to wait for Margarita to leave this other man, which I think was took a while and problematic. I think
Okay.
both Margarita's husband and Bulgakov's wife's previous husband both were resistant to her leaving. It doesn't feature massively in the book, but there is a direct reference there. And yeah, I guess without knowing their lives in particular, I couldn't draw any direct comparisons.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair enough. In terms of, this might just be almost asking the same question, but I'll ask it anyway. In terms of Roland and how he comes to, how the master and Margarita come to his attention. To me, when reading the book, I was going to say it perhaps felt a bit random. I don't know if is it actually true? I'm just thinking back, I guess.
It does kind of cut to Margarita, in now is the second half of the book. Now we're going to follow someone else. Yeah.
Sure. I think I meant more in terms of how. Well, if you picture it from Volan's point of view, say. Well, he of course mentions Pontius Pilate right at the start.
Yeah.
When he arrives, he makes his appearance at Patriarch's Pons and chats with Berlioz and Bezdomny. So he mentions him then. He then is aware of this, of the existence of this book, is he?
It's interesting because he talks about like so chapter 2, where it's the first time we hear the Pontius Pilate story. It's Voland telling the story of him being there and witnessing what happened all those many years ago.
Yeah, you're right. Yes,
and essentially trying to challenge Berlioz and Bezdomny at their atheism.
Yes.
Basically, I think I see that as like a direct challenge to their atheism. You're saying, well, this is just a story that people will tell. Actually, I was there, therefore it really happened. There really was this Yeshua figure who was this great person that was loved and followed and died. But I do get the idea that I do get this. It's in my mind that the master's work maybe isn't the exact same story, but is very close to it. So it's maybe almost like the master has kind of touched on the real story in some way, and he's the closest to telling it.
Yeah, because actually, I'm just thinking, is there actually a scene where Voland reads the manuscript briefly? Because I was first thinking, did he already know about it? And, is that why they came to Margarita? Presumably I assume there's some link there. I assume that wasn't coincidence.
Mm.
But then I thought I remembered, perhaps towards the end when they restore the manuscript, does he actually sort of quickly read it then and make a comment on it? Or I sort of had a vague view there was...
I'm guessing that would be near the end of the Master is released. So top of page 332, the Master says, "I hate that novel. I've been through too much of it." "Please," begged Margarita piously, "don't talk like that. Why are you torturing me? You know I've put my whole life into your work." And she added, turning to Voland, "Don't listen to him, Monsieur. He has suffered too much." But won't you need to rewrite some of it?" asked Voland. "Or if you've exhausted your procurator, why not write about somebody else? That Aloysius, for instance."
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, so I've just gone back a few more pages.
Okay.
So 325, so the end of 325 and the start of 326. Margarita first mentions the novel. Well, the Master and Margarita mention it. So, just to set the scene, Margarita has made her second request, this one being for the Master to be brought to her.
Yeah.
He's now there. They're talking about the novel. Voland actually asks what the novel's about. So again, implying that he doesn't necessarily have knowledge of this book. The Master says it's about Pontius Pilate, right at the top of page 326. They recover the manuscript. Well, so Behemoth takes the top manuscript from a random pile. That is where he was sitting on his chair, which happens to be the manuscript of this novel. There
is another reference to Moonlight here. So just before So back on page 325, just
Yes.
before Behemoth hands the master the manuscript, the cat moved into a shaft of moonlight and was going to say something else, but was told to shut up and only, all right, I'll be quiet. I'll be a silent hallucination. Interesting to refer to himself as a hallucination. And then on 326, Volin says, "I'm sorry, but I don't believe you," referring to the manuscript being gone. "You can't have done. Manuscripts don't burn." So that those three words there, manuscript don't burn, didn't kind of strike a chord with me when I was reading it, but the second introduction of the book references manuscripts don't burn as being one of the kind of like standout quotes from this book, and people really quoting it, which, if I had to think about, what is that really saying? Well, book burning has happened all throughout history, from what I understand, and I think one thing you could say here is, well, you can burn the book as many times as you want. You're not going to get rid of the idea that you're trying to burn away.
Yep.
Which, for those struggling under that regime and other regimes, I could picture them taking comfort from that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe even a reference to the book itself. Like, if someone's read the book and then you burn the book, you're not going to take away anything from them having read it.
Yeah.
So later on, they're back in the flat, and then there's the issue with the thing with the horseshoe, where Anna the Plague finds it, tries to keep it. Volin's retinue doesn't let her. She's quickly found to be in possession of it. And this is when Volin, from memory, Volin and his crew are leaving. This is when they leave flat 50, from memory. There is a future chapter, the last of flat number 50, starting on 374.
Yeah, there's the whole passage. It's probably that chapter where they talk about the following investigation
Yeah.
into the activities, and
I think there's another interesting title there somewhere. There's someone has. I think I might even have a. Do I maybe have a rest into it? No, there's an office. There's a whole office investigating the occurrences that have been happening as a result of Volland coming to Moscow.
Okay.
There's an interesting bit here at the beginning of chapter 27, the last of flat number 50. Mentally, though, Margarita was in perfect form. Her mind was clear, and she was completely unmoved by the fact she had spent a night in the supernatural. It caused her no distress to think that she had been at Satan's ball, that by some miracle the master had been restored to her, that the novel had risen from the ashes, that everything was back in its place in the basement flat after the expulsion of the wretched Aloysius. In a word, her encounter with Volland had done her no psychological harm. Everything was as it should be. I think this is the second of two that I remember times where it states that Margarita was not psychologically affected by what's happened to her, and after her encounters with Volland, which is kind of contrary to a lot of the other characters who go through, like, they're just kind of shaken to their core. I kind of was describing them having like PTSD,
That's such
like
a good
symptoms,
point, yeah.
and then twice it talks about her not being psychologically like disturbed or twisted by that. I think towards the end, maybe the final chapter, there is actually a reference to her change, but it seems almost like in a positive way. So we'll come to that. What do you think about that? How she differs in this regard?
Yeah, Yeah, that's a really good point, and it kind of brings me back to when we were talking about our views on some of the characters earlier, and I was saying how Margarita felt like one of, well, he's obviously one of the main characters, but in terms of that kind of goodness and I guess just in general sort of wanting to root for a character as a reader, her being right up there. And I think that's a big part of it. I think the kind of main sentiment that I get or sort of remember having throughout her main chapters in the book was about just sort of how well she takes everything in her stride, like how accepting she is of everything, accepting of this new role, and how willing she is to just take all this on board and perform this role that's been requested of her.
Yeah.
Certainly on the surface, for a chance of getting her master back. What that actually means, whether it is purely that this is one thing that she cares about so much, and therefore that enables her to behave that way, whether there's something more about her character in terms of how she takes those things in her stride and how she reacts to them. I don't know, but I think you make a really good point in how striking that difference is between, okay, here's a load of characters who we're going to show you in book one who interact with Voltland and invariably end up in Stravinsky's hospital.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Including the master. You have to include the master in that if you're talking about people who end up in that clinic.
That was interesting, though. Was his case somewhat different? I'm trying to remember because
he admitted himself.
Yes. I feel like that probably is quite a key difference.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact circumstances behind which he did that.
So it was Margarita left, I think, with the intention of splitting up from her husband, and then didn't return as quickly as the master would have hoped.
Was that right?
I believe so, and I think this is when the master and Ivan meet, and I think he quite quickly realises maybe he can't live without her and that she's not coming back. I think he draws that conclusion fairly quickly. This is Enter the Hero, starting on page 154.
Okay, that's interesting.
I think that's when he's telling that story.
Right. It may well be that I'm misremembering, but I didn't necessarily pick up on him feeling that she perhaps wasn't coming back, or hadn't come back as quickly as he'd expected. What did I get the feeling of? I almost had the impression it was more that he, I don't know, sort of almost didn't want to hold her down, almost like was expecting her to come back.
Yeah, you might be right there.
Almost was, I don't know, ashamed, or I don't quite know exactly why, but for whatever reason, I don't know, couldn't cope with the situation and therefore wanted to disappear before she got back. But it's quite possible I'm misremembering.
No, I think you've got something there, and it would explain his behaviour a lot more for him to kind of check himself in. I think we both agree that he did it quite quickly after she left, like quite soon after. Yes. So yeah, you what you're saying is makes a lot more sense to describe his actions than mine, because if he's checking himself in, he's got some level of kind of clarity of mind to make that decision. So him wanting to do it before she gets back makes more sense to explain why he did it so quickly, versus he's quickly made up his mind that she's not coming back. Really, I think his son was going and they should be home already they should be back already, you'd wait quite a long time or go out looking for them before you checked yourself into a clinic. Maybe if it had been like a week or weeks, then maybe he might have been to do it. So I think you're right there. Just because I've got the Enter the Hero chapter open. Interestingly, this is reminding me that it's the Master that tells Ivan not to write any more poetry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so page 155, bottom of page 155, don't write any more, referring to poetry. He said the visitor imploringly. I promise not to, said Ivan solemnly. So unless the visitor is not the Master, I'm pretty sure he is, because the Master basically has a key that he kind of pinched, and he's able to talk to other, kind of go visit other people in their cells in the clinic.
That's right. Sorry, what page did you say that was?
155. Bottom of page 155. Stupendous, said Ivan boldly. Don't write any more. Because just above he said it. I've never heard any of your poetry. Then how can you say that? I'm a poet, said Ivan. Just my bad luck. What's your name? Postomni. Oh.
Oh, that's a good exchange. I'm just reading.
It is good, yeah.
What, don't you like my poetry? Asked Ivan with curiosity. No, I don't. Have you read any of it? I've never read any of your poetry, said the visitor tetchily. Then how can you say that? Why shouldn't I? Retorted the visitor. I've read plenty of other poetry. I don't suppose by some miracle that yours is any better, but I'm ready to take it on trust. Is your poetry good? Stupendous, said Ivan boldly. Don't write any more, said the visitor imploringly.
He later on refers to Ivan as the unhappy poet. But your own fault, my dear fellow. And then Master goes on to kind of introduce himself. What, page 159, what is your name? I no longer have a name, replied the curious visitor with grim contempt. I have renounced it as I have renounced life itself. Let us forget it. Let me at least tell me about your novel, asked Ivan tactfully. If you wish, I would say that my life has been a somewhat unusual one. Talks about how many languages he knows, and then doesn't really get into the book just yet.
Something here that just caught my attention. On page 157, the Master says slowly and gravely, at Patriarch's Ponds yesterday you met Satan. Just when reading that, I just wondered, was there sort of, is it obvious to you why the Master would say that? I forget, does he go on to mention having had interactions with him in the past himself? I couldn't remember already.
Yeah, I thought Ivan would have mentioned Patriarch's Pond to him, and then...
Sure.
But yeah, does he mention any... So, I was thinking about that. It kind of comes back to kind of what we were saying before, like, what stands Margarita out from the others who in the first half of the book encounter Satan and are kind of crushed by the encounter in some forms. So I don't know if... I'm not sure if the Master ever had any encounters with Satan directly, but I wonder if how he knows who Satan, like how is he able to identify Satan, and what sets him and Margarita apart from the others kind of can be both answered at the same time by saying, compared to a lot of the other characters and maybe a lot of other people of Moscow and maybe the Soviet Union more broadly, that the Master and Margarita are two people who are aware of Satan's existence in the first place, which could be another way of saying they are, like, their eyes are open to the existence of that evil.
Mm.
Maybe that's how he knows, oh, you met Satan because I believe Satan exists. And maybe if they know that Satan exists, that evil exists in that form, you could look at it the other way, which is a lot of people don't realise that Satan exists. So kind of to compare it to what life would have been really like there, if Bulgakov is in some way comparing Stalin to Satan, which is maybe in some way a stretch to kind of make that comparison. At the same time, given the millions of people he is responsible for the deaths of, not too much of a stretch. Could Bulgakov be saying that a lot of people are like blind to that evil? And I say that because a lot of people, and I even hear that people to this day still do idolize Stalin as this great man of steel, as he was known as. Obviously a lot less so today, but still kind of idolize all that he achieved, almost maybe ignoring the evils he did, or were just blind to it and only saw the impressive figure. And maybe that's what sets the Master and Margarita apart. They, like, knowing being conscious to the existence of evil, prepared them for their encounters with him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They almost then become almost like Adam and Eve like figures, where like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden encounter this snake who gives them this information, and their like eyes are literally opened, and now they're conscious of good and evil. It's like it draws like some kind of loose parallels to my mind, where you've got this man and woman figure who are conscious. They kind of maybe have already done that step where they've gained this conscience of good and evil, and that prepares them. Maybe there's a blindness or a willful blindness and ignorance that a lot of other people have. So when they get betrayed, when Koroviev betrays the I can't remember his name, the guy who's at the head of the housing committee, when he's betrayed, he's just floored by it.
Yeah, you're right.
As one example.
Yeah.
So it's a theory that comes to mind that, you know, I might reread this book and have completely different ideas.
Yeah, of course.
But it comes to mind that maybe that's what sets these two apart, because they're not, in other ways, they're not super capable. They're not like as like successful in the traditional sense as a lot of the other characters that encounter Volland and them. But there's something about them that differentiates them. I mean, the book's named after them. After all, there's something about them. And I don't think Bulgakov would be crudely just kind of putting himself and his wife on a pedestal and writing a story about how great they are. I think if he did, we wouldn't be reading and talking about the book today. It wouldn't still be talked about and held in high esteem and stayed in people's minds all this time if it was just self-aggrandizing.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Do you maybe see the kind of connections I'm making, or?
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, you're right. That's seemingly the main differentiator between them and the other characters. Kind of going back to like what I was saying about Margarita earlier, you know, how easily she takes everything in her stride.
Yeah.
You were saying about how, you know, she was utterly unchanged by the experience, and yeah, kind of as you say that then, and I then reread that passage we were just referring to. The master really, you know, pretty calmly and clearly tells Ivan, after hearing Ivan's story about the events at Patriarch's Ponds, that he's seen Satan.
Yeah.
That it's pretty obvious, you know, based on references to Satan from other literature and so on, and, you know, things like his
weird eyes, his coloured
Yeah.
eye and whatever else, and
Yeah, like the signs.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. That's delivered with such a lack of fuss almost, and kind of
it's quite matter of fact.
okay.
And he's,
Yeah.
he's confident in his thoughts. So maybe if I was to refine my theory there, maybe that would apply more to the master, or maybe just exclusively to the master. His like knowledge of the existence of Satan allows him to kind of identify him when he hears about him. Maybe yeah. I guess I can't think of any examples where Margarita shows her knowledge of Satan. I think you've probably better identified what sets her apart, and it's that like bravery and openness. Like she basically at an instruction will rub this ointment on herself at 8:30 and like sees what happens. She could look a bit foolish for doing so, but she does it. At the instruction, I think from Azazello, after doing so, she jumps out of a window shouting, "I'm invisible, invisible," and genuinely then turns invisible. Volin tells her that she already possesses everything she needs to free Frida from her kind of torment. So maybe she's someone that can do all these things. Like, you know, she might need a little nudge of encouragement, but all these things she's doing. So maybe that's what sets her apart. Actually, not knowledge of evil, but bravery to do these things. And maybe if you combine the two, you've got kind of an entity that can see the evil in the world and then go and do something about it.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Perhaps maybe it's
That's
like
a good phrasing. Yeah.
Could be like a call to arms almost. People who read this book, you know, do something about our society. Be aware of what's going on. Be aware of the evils of it, and then, but that's not enough. You have to then have the bravery to actually go out and do something.
I like that. Yeah, nice.
Should we go to chapter 25, how the procurator tried to save Judas of Cariath. So that's after the master is released. They're back in the master's flat, and this is, I think, the third of 4 chapters about Pontius Pilate. And this time Margarita is reading from the master's manuscript.
Yes.
It's quite interesting. So Pilate, the procurator, treats his chief of secret police very kindly as he arrives. I think he comes in like a storm. He's soaking wet, and he's kind of willing to just get straight to business. But Pontius Pilate encourages him to go and change and wash and take care of himself.
That's right.
And then they talk. So they talk amicably and with great respect for each other. Pilate asks Arthanius, which is the other guy's name, the chief of secret police, to protect the life of Judas, and he says he'll go and do this. Later we'll find out that he has the opposite of intentions. But it was actually quite like touching. I found it quite touching how much Pilate cared about this man, and I remember reading that he was saying, if you ever want a new role or new responsibilities, don't leave my employment. Tell me, and I'll find something for you. I think he's actually sounds like the kind of manager I'd want.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good quality to have.
Do you remember much about that chapter? It's mainly that conversation between the two of them, from memory. And then it leads on to 26, the burial. So it's actually 2 chapters in a row. I forget how this one is prompted, and we're getting near the end of the book now. Because I don't think it's Margarita reading it.
But the burial?
Yeah, or maybe it does go straight into it.
Yeah, it appears like
Yeah,
they just
yeah,
run
you're
straight
actually-
into the other. So with the first part consisting of purely that conversation you mentioned between the two of them.
Yeah.
And then the burial being the subsequent events.
Yeah. So if I could give a brief summary of the chapter. So the procurator is having a sleepless night on Passover. Athanius goes to meet a woman called Nisa, whose husband is away. We don't really hear the conversation they're having, but she then later goes for a walk. Judas sees Nisa in the street. I think he's quite taken by her. He convinces her to allow him to follow her to an olive grove that she's walking to. She doesn't want to be seen walking with him, but she eventually agrees to let him kind of follow behind. I think Judas shows concern for her safety going for that walk on her own. Judas arrives and is killed, and there's no sight of Nisa in this olive grove. And this is all happening just outside of... It's called Yerushalayim, something like that. It's like this story's equivalent of Jerusalem. It's a group of assassins essentially that come for him in this, I think maybe two, in this olive grove. The ringleader of the assassination, a hooded figure, returns to Jerusalem. And then it never actually says it, but I think it's heavily hinting that it is Arthanius who's killed him, even though he was... Did you get that? Did you pick up that it was Arthanius that killed Judas?
It wasn't obvious to me. I don't think I reflected upon it massively.
Interesting, okay. Maybe I put two and two together. And
I mean, it sounds quite possible. I mean, was it provably him who went and spoke to Nisa? It was, wasn't it? Did it actually state that happened?
It was Arthanius that went and spoke to Nisa.
Okay.
We don't know what the conversation was.
Of course.
I think at the beginning of that chapter, maybe there's a romantic relationship there, perhaps, but I think they don't actually spend that much time together. They just speak. And then after that, we don't directly hear from Arthanius. I'm putting two and two together that it was him, and therefore my next bit of note is when he meets the procurator again, he lies. He's lying to Pontius Pilate.
So do you believe then that both of them know what the instruction was? So that the procurator...
Oh, I didn't even thought about that.
...intended for Arthanius to do what he did, and they're basically just fabricating a whole conversation afterwards, which makes it sound like they don't know what happened.
Very interesting.
The reason I asked that is because doesn't the chapter end with Pilate telling Matthew that he did it? On page 373.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Matthew the Levite is brought to Pilate and tells the procurator. I do remember that. Pontius Pilate kind of taking responsibility. Yeah, who did it? Pilate answered him, I did it. I almost took it as maybe where I've gone down this path, making these kind of connections, these assumptions, that Pilate was kind of taking responsibility for it, even if he wasn't what he wanted. Maybe I was persuaded and as to Pilate having quite a good nature after all, based on the conversation between him and Arthanius in the previous chapter, and I thought, actually, Pilate's proving himself to be quite a good leader, at least to this man. But perhaps you're right, and Arthanius is the chief of the secret police after all. So it could be that is protect is code for kill. Although, to be fair, bottom of page 372, you will not succeed, but it will not be necessary. Judas was murdered tonight. I think this is Matthew the Levite talking to him. The Levite jumped back for the table.
Yes. So that's
not who I think is telling who.
Exactly. Yeah, that's Pilate telling.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I'd such a different take on it, but yeah, I'm really seeing what you're suggesting now. Who did it? Pilate, I did it.
So
and again, as I said, I hadn't really gone back through it and thought about what makes logical sense. I guess just talking about it with you now, I'd assumed that, well, I guess my first assumption was that he'd done it some way behind the back of Arthanius, the secret police.
Oh my god.
And it was kind of a front with the secret police.
Yeah.
You know, we need to protect him, blah, blah, blah. And he'd secretly arranged to have him killed.
Wow. Yeah.
Or perhaps, if you're correct in saying that it was Arthanius who was involved and did the deed, and it sounded like that may well be quite clearly spelt out, given what you were saying about, you know, the hooded figure and, you know, you making that, what's the word? You making that link with Arthanius.
Leap. Let's call it a leap.
Probably not. But yeah, so it might be that actually you're completely right in that, in which case, assuming Pilate isn't lying when he tells Matthew that he did it, assuming he does literally mean, you know, it was either me directly or on my orders that it happened.
Do you think he could have been the hooded figure himself?
It's probably unlikely.
Okay.
It's it's possible, right? I mean, I was to say, I haven't gone back and read it through. It's possible. You wouldn't have thought someone like that would do the job themselves, but but maybe you would. Maybe with this example, you know, of that immense feeling of guilt, maybe that's exactly the kind of situation where one would, you know, take perhaps an unnecessary responsibility, you know, to kind of really do the deed themselves.
Yeah.
You know, as a clear act of repentance. But no, I assumed that, you know, he was the orchestrator of it.
So interesting.
But either way. But then if it's like you said, then, as I said, that's a possibility as well. But then in that case, the whole follow-up conversation between the two is clearly fabricated.
Yeah. That's interesting. Like, I was like swayed in a certain way. I think you have convinced me. I was swayed in a certain way as to Pilate's character, and it's so interesting how I then have read the next bit and the next bit, and kind of taken away with it. And then I even had I did it. It's like he's still viewing him in this good light.
Well, I mean, it's possible you're right. So
yeah, it's not.
What do you mean when you say viewing him in this good light?
Well, based on the conversation he was having with Arthanius, I thought,
Yeah.
I was saying like, I'd almost want him to be my manager.
Yeah.
No, diss on my current manager. But yeah, then when he says I did it, I was thinking it was like, well, I took it upon myself to be responsible for his protection. I put my best man on the case of protecting him, and he died anyway. I have to take responsibility for that. That's how I interpreted the I did it.
Gotcha.
But then after he immediately says I did it, you must not be jealous, said Pilate, baring his teeth mercilessly and rubbing his hands, but I'm afraid he had other admirers beside yourself. Who did it? Replied the Levite in a whisper. Matthew opened his mouth and stared at the procurator, who said quietly, it is not much, but I did it. And he added, now will you accept something? I think he was offering him like food. And he'd previously projected that offer. Interesting, yeah, I think I'd have to reread that. I think I'd reread it kind of, open to both ideas, but my mind was just closed to one possibility.
Sure.
Cool, okay, yeah, so chapter 27, the last of flat number 50. Some stuff in my notes here. So talking about Margarita. I mentioned about this previously, where it talks about Margarita, with the events of what's happened so far in the book, hadn't done her psychological harm, but now it says here her encounter with Willand had done her no psychological harm.
Okay.
So this is a second the second case, which I think I pointed out the first one earlier on.
Yes, I remember you saying.
Yeah, her encounter with Roland had done her no psychological harm. Everything was as it should be. I think it's still later in the book, right at the end, maybe the last chapter or two, where it finally talks about Margarita having gone through a psychological change. But this is the second time it purposely points out that she hasn't been harmed, at least not psychologically, from her experiences so far. I guess she was physically harmed during the Satan's rout. Like her knee was hurting, maybe from all the standing.
Oh, sure.
Like things like that. It talks about an office investigates, quote unquote, the Volland case.
Yeah, that's what this whole chapter focuses on. Is that right? Certainly a fair amount.
Yes, it also touches on Ivan as well.
Oh no, I tell a lie. Yeah, it's only the first portion.
So this is another example of a kind of wacky, over-the-top commissions. Yes, the first person summoned to the glaring electric light of that unsleeping floor was Arkady Apollinich Semplayarov, the chairman of the Acoustics Commission, which maybe there really was an acoustics commission and maybe it was a very valid thing, but it strikes me as very unnecessary and very bureaucratic to have commissions and all this kind of thing for such a specific thing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it'd certainly be highlighted, isn't it? And so this is the guy who gets into that row at the end of Black Magic Revealed, is that right?
Is it the same guy? Ah, okay. I'd not realised that. I'd not put the two together. I almost imagined a new character kind of introduced, but coming back to the same...
Yeah, the same guy, yeah, because if you look in that last paragraph, it talks about his wife, all thought of Arkady Apollonich's infidelity instantly forgotten. Well, that's referring to the call out from... who was it who called it out? I forget. What's his name again? It's Koroviev.
Koroviev, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I believe it was him. Possibly Azazello? No, I don't think Azazello had really had a speaking part at this point. Yeah, I think it was Koroviev.
Okay,
yeah.
Sounds likely. Anyway, yeah. So that's this guy. So he's being called. Is he by the investigation? Yeah,
yes.
The first person summoned. Oh yeah.
And he's unwell, but he answers the phone. Yes, of course, I understand. I'll come at once. And then he spent the rest of the evening with the investigators.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so they talk a little bit about the investigation, about how flat 50, 302A, Sadovaya Street, is suddenly clearly identified as the headquarters.
We also hear of Prokhor Petrovich, the chairman of the Entertainment Commission.
Okay, yeah.
That one sounds slightly more realistic.
Plausible, yeah.
Yeah. And they do... Is this where they go to flat number 50?
Yeah, so at the on the bottom of page 376 it talks about how they went to number 50 more than once and not only searched it with extreme thoroughness, but tapped on the walls, examined the chimney flues, and looked for secret doors. None of this, however, produced any results, and nothing was found during the visits to the flat. And I think it mentions at least once in this chapter the sort of thoroughness of the investigation, I think, doesn't it? Or the, quality of it. I don't know if that's an indictment on, I don't know, investigations in some way, or
I could picture, like, at the time this was written, in the state of things, the kind of those in charge, the government could announce, oh yeah, we've thoroughly investigated this and we found nothing. That could simply mean they have no idea what they're doing, what to look for. So we'll announce officially that we've investigated this, and that it's all tied up. There's nothing left to worry about. I could picture that. In a. I think this is the case. I think at some point during the time of the Soviet Union and the communist rule, at one point it was illegal to criticize the ruling party and communism as a whole. I think they actually made that illegal. I'd have to fact check myself there.
No, I mean, it sounds likely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still the case in countries today, isn't it?
Yeah. So in a time and place where that goes, I could easily see some official body being able to just announce, "Oh, we've thoroughly investigated this," and then just not have to worry about actually verifying that or proving that. So yeah, they've been watching and searching flat number 50. I think they mentioned that there was the odd time where they did hear something going on inside the flat, and they kind of rush to go in and check, and they find nothing, or maybe a sign that someone was there, but essentially they don't find anything.
Yeah, and then just a little bit about the subsequent investigations that they do.
Yeah.
So bringing in Stepa Likodiev as he lands back in Moscow, is that right? After his
From Yalta.
visits to Yalta. Veronuka as well.
Just kind of. They mentioned quite a few of the characters from the first half of the book, so I
Yeah.
feel like they're drawing them back together.
Yeah, or certainly. It's clear to the authorities that they've been involved. Well, had contact with Volland in some way, and therefore, being interviewed.
Yeah, and then one of the detectives comes to visit Ivan. On page 379, the detective, a man of considerable charm and tact, said that he had come to see Ivan for a talk about the incident at Patriarch's Pond 2 days previously. The poet would have been triumphant if the detective had called earlier on Thursday, for instance, when Ivan had been trying so loudly and passionately to induce someone to listen to his story about Patriarch's Pond. So now at last people were coming to hear his version of the affair. And then at the end of the next paragraph, he was quite prepared to answer the detective's questions politely, but his voice and his expression betrayed his utter disinterest. The poet no longer cared about Berlioz's fate. That's quite interesting. It was the fate of Berlioz, because he didn't even know it was Satan in Patriarch's Pond. He didn't really know what he was encountering. So
No, I don't think so.
From my perspective, he was everything he's gone through in this transformation and this trauma he's gone through was as a result of Berlioz's death and his violent end. So to now no longer care about his fate would suggest, to me, it's trying to point out how much of a transformation he's gone through, like a mental transformation, maybe like a personality shift as well.
Mm-hmm.
He no longer cares about poetry. He's not going to write any more about that. So maybe he's just this completely new person, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he hasn't suddenly become uncaring. He has this new. We'll learn soon that he has this new goal in life, which is to write a sequel to the Master's story about Pontius Pilate.
Yes.
So he cares about something. But yeah, Bulgakov must have had a reason for pointing out that he no longer cared about Berlioz's death. Actually, yeah, the events at Patriarch's Pond no longer interested Ivan Bezdomny, the poet.
Okay. It's interesting they refer to him as the poet there. I don't know if that's significant in any way.
Yeah, true. Yeah, because
Or
he's
just informative.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't correct him and say no, I'm not a poet, but he doesn't. So the detective smiled politely and assured the poet that although he might be in a slight state of depression at the moment, it would soon pass. No, said Ivan, staring not at the detective but at the distant twilight horizon. It will never pass. The poetry I wrote was bad poetry. I see that now. We've spoken about this previously. If maybe this is kind of part of Bulgakov's life and personality, in that he regretted some of the works he'd put on when he was directing. I don't know if he was, I think he was directing the plays, but yeah, certainly writing for the plays. So there was that one about Stalin's early life, which, assuming it portrayed Stalin in a positive light, which it must have done. I never read exactly that he did regret it, but I very much get the impression that he did regret doing that. So maybe that's part of the author here in one of the characters.
Yeah.
The case dragged on until midnight on Friday, when Baron Magel, wearing evening dress and patent leather pumps, entered flat number 50 as a guest. He was heard being let in. Exactly 10 minutes later, the authorities entered the flat without a sound. It was not only empty of tenants, but worse, there was not a trace of Baron Magel.
So that's when he turns up uninvited at the party and gets killed. That's Baron Magel, is it?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah. Oh, so it never clocked to me that there's a bit of it's not. We're not reading this in linear time. You know, look, we've already seen Baron Magel's death, and then now later on, we're seeing him walking into the flat and never returning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this investigation has presumably been going on in parallel with some of those. Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, that makes complete sense. And just going back to the end of Satan's Route, page 313. Yeah. It talks about Baron Magel, who works for the Entertainments Commission as a guide to the sites of the capital for foreign visitors. Yeah, it's him who's killed at the end of Satan's Route.
Yeah, interestingly, I think when I was rereading a chapter just to remind myself, one of the earlier chapters, he gets mentioned. I think he phones up Vollen's residence, wherever that is at the time.
Okay.
And you just hear someone answer the phone. It might be Hella or someone, and basically reference him and that he wants to, I don't know what, like offering his services or wants to come or whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. I think she tells him like about the party, basically, like when to arrive or something.
Okay.
But it was just interesting because obviously that had no relevance seemingly to me at the time when I first read it, and it was only when I then just skimmed back I was like, okay, that's a nice reference to then the fact that he then turns up later. And
yes, of course, that didn't occur to me, and then I didn't remember that later on. So definitely something I want to, yet another reason to reread. So to reading it, knowing the ending and how the characters fare and what they get up to later on. And then, is this the chapter where they see? It's quite a long chapter. Yes, this is where they face Behemoth.
Yeah.
So men at once fanned out to all the rooms and found no one. So this is where they've burst in after the Baron. But on the dining room table were the remains of an obviously finished meal, and in the drawing room, alongside a crystal jug, a huge black cat was perched on the mantelpiece, holding a primus in its front paws. So that's page 386.
Yes. Yeah, I liked the scene. I mean, as I did with pretty much any scene involving Vollen's entourage.
Yeah.
Particularly Behemoth.
It was almost cartoonish.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
jumping around the room. Like I think he grabs onto a chandelier, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I challenge you to a duel, screamed the cat, sailing over their heads on the swinging chandelier. And he had a Browning machine gun, the looks of it.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think it actually even talks about him. He might have actually been hit at some point, but he's basically unharmed.
Yeah, he's fine. And he goes through the charade of being about to die and then saving himself with a drink of paraffin.
That's it.
From the Primus. Yeah.
And it ends with a fire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it was in the introduction from one of the copies, the Penguin Classics copy of the book that you recommended I had a read of, where I think it talks a bit about what whoever it was who wrote the introduction, I can't remember to be honest, but what they felt contributed to the novel being so popular, so well received when it first came out. And I think one of the elements he talks about there is the sort of, I think the word he uses is freedom, but to the kind of language, and right. I think perhaps sort of touching on some of these kind of fantastical elements and suggesting therefore that at the time, of course, things were a lot more locked down, right, in terms of what you could and couldn't publish, and this felt quite different to that, I think.
Yeah, I imagine you kind of see this even today in a different way, but I imagine then people would write in a way that they knew was safe to get published. I think maybe a parallel that comes to my mind today is if you go on YouTube and you just go on the trending videos, they all have this same format because people do what works. They have a certain thumbnail, of certain titles, of a certain format to their videos.
Yeah, certain words in caps.
Oh my god, I hate that. But yeah, it must have been the exact same back then in a different form. And then here's Bulgakov uploading his 5-hour YouTube video with a thumbnail. I don't know, it's just a black cat with a fiery background. And there's no caps or it's all caps. Like it's all just totally different. And then everyone is talking about this new thing. Will YouTube take the video down to keep this analogy going?
That's good. No, I like it.
And at the end of that chapter, just as the heart-stopping sounds of bells was heard from the long red fire engines racing towards Sadovaya Street, from all over the city, the crowd in the courtyard saw 3 dark figures, apparently men and 1 naked woman, float out of the smoking windows on the 5th floor. So that's one building on fire.
Yes, I think you're about to touch on what I was going to ask you, so go on.
No, you go ahead.
Well, yeah, so I guess one thing I wanted to ask was about the significance of the buildings that end up getting burnt down. I don't know if it was obvious to you. I'll be honest, I haven't actually gone through and looked at them all and double-checked, but whether it was obvious to you kind of what the sort of clear connection and therefore message was there in terms of what was getting burnt down. I think, am I right in saying maybe not the final one, but one of the ones that follows it in this next chapter is it's like a foreign store or something, isn't it?
Yes.
So there's that, and then there's...
Does that burn down as well?
I think so.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, there is a fire that starts, yeah.
Yeah, I think Behemoth's messing around with his Primus again.
Yes.
In
like a human form. He's in a human form.
That's right, yeah. With his cat face.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Does he have a cat face? Or is it like...
It's certainly cat-like in
cat-like
features.
Like,
almost like whiskery.
Yeah. So there's a... Kind of jumping into my notes in chapter 29. I've got one little note here on... the fate of Master Margarita is decided.
Yeah.
Page 408. And this is Volland talking to Matthew the Levite about the burning down of Groboyedov. He says, in that case, I suppose it, talking about Groboyedov house, was totally destroyed and they will have to put up a new building. And then later on the same page, 408, well, let us hope it will be better than the old one, remarked Volland. So I think that's a kind of hint as to what, in my mind, what these buildings being burnt down represent as an opportunity for something new.
Yep.
Which is I guess maybe I'm just drawing a very obvious comparison with the burning of the manuscript and how that doesn't burn. There's like, you know, that quote that has been picked up and is very memorable from this book. Manuscripts don't burn, and then here we are. Something else is burning, and actually almost what could be replaced is celebrated. I mean, it's just a very obvious comparison of two different things burning. But yeah, so yeah, I jumped forward there. In chapter 28, the final adventure of Koroviev and Behemoth. I think this is pretty soon after they floated out of flat number 50. And it's pointed out the reaction to a few kopecks worth of food is being taken as they've gone in. I think they help themselves to a tiny amount of food, and the guards are called as a response to this. No, I think it's pointed out what a trivial amount, like barely a handful of food, and the guards are being called. I don't know if these are like security for the shop or police or some kind of combination of the two. And there's a well-to-do man pretending to be foreign in the foreign market.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I think once all hell breaks loose, he quickly drops that pretense, and he stops pretending to be foreign.
Yeah, I wouldn't claim to understand necessarily what the relevance of that is.
Yeah, maybe it's just something people did, pretending to be foreign. But I couldn't point out the significance either. I assume there is something significant about it. This book doesn't strike me as the kind of thing where there's something in there for the sake of it. I think everything has a meaning.
And yeah, I guess like you say, presumably, if you did live there and you did have foreign currency, you'd be looking to try and use it.
Yeah.
And presumably as a local, as a citizen, you wouldn't be allowed and such. But I don't know, I'm just making stuff up really, but...
No, yeah, because...
it's possible.
Because I think it was basically illegal to have foreign currency. I don't know if that's true in the real world back then, but yeah, in the book if it's not illegal, it's effectively illegal, because if you're found to have it, you're arrested. And I think in one of the earlier chapters it says that I think the crime that's been committed is holding on to this foreign currency for yourself. As opposed to giving it to the people. Like, it should be the people's money to spend. Which maybe that's a comment on how devalued the currency in the Soviet Union was at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe that might be what the point is being made there. Oh yeah, I couldn't tell you what the value of the currency. I couldn't tell you the value of any currency going back.
Oh, I'm so disappointed.
So yeah, there's this entertaining scene of Koroviev and Behemoth in this foreign market.
Yeah, basically just causing mayhem in the whole place and eventually burning it down.
Then burning it down, yeah. Like pineapples in a hothouse, said Behemoth, climbing up onto the concrete plinth of the railings for a better look at the yellow colonnaded house. And what a delicious thrill one gets, doesn't one, to think that at this moment in that house there may be the future author of a Don Quixote or a Faust, or who knows, Dead Souls. So maybe they're actually not talking about the market now. But that's interesting, because in one of the introductions, I think Don Quixote and Faust are two plays that Bulgakov put on. And I don't know if he did... I think he did Dead Souls as well. I think one of them talks about Bulgakov taking heavy inspiration from the author of Dead Souls. So he's clearly put these in as a reference to like works of fiction that he's a big fan of and probably took a lot of inspiration from. Because like Don Quixote, for example, there's wacky scenes and moments in there, a bit like this chapter we're reading right now, and like the one before with Behemoth in the flat in the shootout. I don't know about Faust and Dead Souls. I've not read them, but yeah, maybe that's some inspiration he drew from Don Quixote, the fantastical nature and wacky nature of things, which probably helped that book be incredibly popular. I imagine Bulgakov wanted this in the hands of as many Russian people or people in the Soviet Union to read this and discuss it and make up their own minds.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Making it more accessible by, maybe some people just read it just for the fantasy of it. This cat ripping off a head and these people floating and appearing in and out of nowhere. Maybe even if you just read it at that level, it might plant a seed in your mind, where you might then start to draw comparisons to what your everyday life is like. And obviously there'll be some people who delve into it deeper and get the meaning more.
Yeah, of course. So then are they quite explicitly insulting the current literature in the Soviet Union in this bit here when they're kind of making these references?
I don't necessarily think so when they're making these references.
Like when Koroviev says, "Think what astonishing growths may sprout from the seed beds of that house and its thousands of devotees of Melpomene, Polymnia and Talia." I don't know who those people are, I'm not going to lie.
No, me neither. There he's definitely poking fun. I think we get that a bit further, even just on the next page. They're now... Oh yeah, they must be talking about Gaboydov. Because they're at Gaboydov and they want to go inside and they ask for their membership cards. "Are you writers?" asked the woman in return. "Indubitably," replied Koroviev with dignity. And there's a bit more of an exchange.
I think, did you mention this before? You certainly mentioned it to me about the this scene where where the staff are effectively saying that we can only know you're a writer by the fact you have a membership card.
Yeah, it's
quite funny.
Page 398.
Yeah.
A writer isn't a writer because he writes. A writer isn't a writer because he has a membership card, but because he writes. And then they also talk about Dostoevsky. Koroviev mentions Dostoevsky. "Look here, if you wanted to make sure that Dostoevsky was a writer, would you really ask him for his membership card?" And then a bit later on page 398, "Dostoevsky's dead," said the woman, though not very confidently. "I protest," exclaimed Behemoth warmly. "Dostoevsky is immortal." I think at the same time he's raising up these famous writers, how they'll be immortal for their work and the impact they've had, which I would take that as a dig at the writers of Masalit at the same time that they won't be remembered. They've not written anything of value. They're just regurgitating the status quo. And they're only writers in that they have a membership card. They don't write anything, or at least anything of substance, to mark them as true writers.
Yeah, and I like the humour in the dialogue again.
Yeah.
Like as you quoted there with the woman not being confident in proclaiming that Dostoevsky is dead, for example. It's pretty nice.
And then they are eventually allowed in. So they're allowed into the Writers' Club. They want to eat. They go there to eat. I wrote in my notes, the pair mention some famous books and authors and seem to critique the writers of Massalet. So yeah, there's more of that in this chapter. I think when they're talking about the writers in Massalet, I think what they seem to be doing more than anything is eating and drinking. Like, it talks about this like downstairs restaurant, and there's these rooms upstairs where the writing actually happens and the teams of writers are, but the main focus is on the eating and the drinking. And I think here, yeah, everyone seems to be outside at the back eating. And early on in the book, when Ivan shows up, having chased Volland and his crew, I think they're up till like midnight drinking, or even later. So there's actually like very little references to them actually writing there. So
Yeah.
it's more like it's a club more than anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think even also in that very first chapter you mentioned the first kind of mentioning of Massalet when it's describing at the start of the affair at how do you say that?
Grboyedov.
Thank you. At Grboyedov. At the start of that chapter, like the first couple of pages are effectively dedicated to describing the restaurant and some of the dishes on offer and so on.
So the end of the final adventure, page 403, a gaping mouth with burning edges appeared in the awning and began spreading in all directions. The fire raced across it and reached the roof of Grboyedov house. A few seconds later, the writers, their suppers abandoned, were streaming along the asphalted paths leading to the iron railings along the boulevard, where on a Wednesday evening Ivan had climbed over to bring the first incomprehensible news of disaster. I don't think we learn until the next chapter that it really does burn down, but it does.
It's interesting, the character Archibald Archibaldovich, their almost acceptance of what's happening there or what's going to happen in that chapter. Because he recognises the pair, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah,
and that's why he lets them in.
He lets them in.
Presumably, well, I think it even says, if I remember correctly, like because he doesn't want them to cause trouble, effectively.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I assumed, actually, when first reading it. But then just looking at the last few lines of page 403 at the end of the chapter, when it... So having left in good time by a side door, without running and in no hurry, like a captain forced to be the last to leave his flaming brig, Archibald Archibaldovich calmly stood and watched it all. He wore his silk-lined overcoat, and 2 fillets of smoked sturgeon were tucked under his arm. And yeah, I don't know if it's just he's just it's kind of factual, it's happened, or if there's he has some kind of special significance in terms of, I don't know, kind of recognising the need for for the old to be burnt down and for it to be rebuilt up, but quite possibly not, to be honest. But
No. I think there's something there. I don't know. I think he's either invited them in to not cause trouble, but yeah, I think I like the alternate theory that he invites this evil in because he's kept it away for long enough, and it's like, well, I've had a good run. This is happening now. I should just accept it. Like we've built this false place on this unsecure foundation, and it's finally coming down now, like a house of cards.
It's a nice way of looking at it.
And then chapter 29, the fate of Master and Margarita is decided. Volland sits on a stone building roof at sunset. He's visited by Matthew the Levite. I really like this on page 405. I've come to see you, spirit of evil and lord of the shadows. The man replied with a hostile glare at Volland. This is Matthew the Levite. Well, tax gatherer, if you've come to see me, why don't you wish me well? Because I've no wish to see you well. Then I'm afraid you won't reconcile yourself with my good health, retorted Volland. And there's a really nice bit. You spoke your words as though you denied the very existence of the shadows or of evil. Think now, where would your good be if there were no evil? And what would the world look like without shadow? Shadows are thrown by people and things. There's the shadow of my sword, for instance, but shadows also cast by trees and living things. But shadows are also cast by trees and living things. Do you want to strip the whole globe by removing every tree and every creature to satisfy your fantasy of a bare world? You're stupid. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself of that passage.
So it's an interesting point. Volland's basically saying you can't have good without evil.
Yeah, for sure.
And if I try to, if I'm reading this thinking that Bulgakov is critiquing and making a comparison to the life in the Soviet Union under communist regime, they like I said earlier, they did not like any criticism of the communist regime. So if you think of the criticism as evil and the communist regime as good, Bulgakov here is making an argument for, well, even if you see something as evil, you shouldn't attempt to annihilate it and just get rid of it. What you're doing is good because you're countering that. And I think I interpret it as him trying to say, don't deny the existence of something you disagree with.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe, and then in the reader's mind, like they're living under this regime, and then let's say they're like a stout communist. If they happen to be reading this, maybe it's planting a seed in their mind that, don't pretend that people don't have other opinions, or if they do, well, I guess in this, I was going to say maybe don't think that they're evil, but I mean, if it's Volland saying these things and we kind of see him as evil, then, well, maybe that's it. Maybe you think, oh, this is Satan, he's evil, but then actually we read this, we've talked about how we like this character, he's saying these things, and it's hard to, I guess the book kind of set it up in a way where this evil person is saying these things, but actually they're not bad things in and of themselves. Like, he's just making quite a good point here. So if I was like a communist reading this, and I see Volland as like the evil person, maybe if I read this and see, oh, maybe he's got a point, maybe it plants a seed in my mind, maybe an evil, quote unquote, person in the world who doesn't believe in communism, maybe they have a point to make as well. Perhaps. So maybe that's what Volland is. Maybe he's the evil person with an alternate opinion, but actually you might find yourself agreeing with something that they say, or actually there's something redeeming or likable about them still, if you're willing to look.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I can see that.
But yeah, we've talked about how we've not done any research about this. Like we've read the introduction of these 2 copies of the book, so I'm very much looking forward to getting people's takes on this who have a better understanding of the history of the time. They've heard lots of different opinions, and maybe they've even studied it as part of a degree or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing where our thoughts match theirs, where we think differently, which doesn't necessarily make it wrong, but where we had different interpretations. Like even you and I had a very different interpretation of was it the burial?
Yeah.
And the burial / the chapter before, how the procurator tried to save Judas of Cariath. How I interpreted it differently to you. So then, on that conversation with Matthew the Levite to Volland, he has read the Master's writings, referring to Yeshua / Christ, and asks you to take the Master with you and reward him by granting him peace. Would that be hard for you to do, spirit of evil? And then he goes on to say, he has not earned light, he has earned rest.
Yeah, hang on. So who's doing what there exactly?
Matthew the Levite, we've heard of him from the Pontius Pilate stories, the 4 chapters, but now he's appeared in the modern day, come and spoken to Volland. Matthew the Levite has shared his opinion of Volland, his disdain for him, and Volland has essentially defended himself, saying you can't have good without evil.
Yeah.
And then, so he's read the Master's writings, says Matthew the Levite, and asks you to take the Master with you and reward him by granting him peace. Would that be hard for you to do, spirit of evil? And Volland replies, Nothing is hard for me to do, are you, as you well know. Why don't you take him yourself to the light? And Matthew the Levite says, he has not earned light, he has earned rest. Tell him it shall be done, said Volland.
Okay. Yeah, so he's suddenly appeared. Yeah, to see Volland. So who does he say has sent him?
It's implied Yeshua.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually say, but...
No, I don't believe so. No, I definitely had that idea in mind.
He has sent me. Okay. Oh, yeah. What message did he give you, slave? Yeah, okay. Right, I see. He has read the Master's writings. Right, okay. Perhaps I sort of missed that first time.
Okay.
Maybe I just skimmed over it a bit.
And then Matthew the Levite vanished, and Volland called to Azazello, go and see them and arrange it. And then both Koroviev and Behemoth smelled of burning. They arrived. Behemoth's face was covered in soot and his cap was badly burned. It'd be more interesting. It'd be interesting if you were to explain why Griboyedov caught fire in the first place. Simultaneously, Koroviev and Behemoth spread their hands and raised their eyes to heaven. Interesting. It's a complete mystery. There we were, harming no one, sitting quietly having a drink and a bite to eat when suddenly bang, 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 we were being shot at. Crazed with fright, Behemoth and I started running for the street. Our pursuers behind us, and we made for Timir Yezev. Volland rose from his stool, walked over to the balustrade, and turning his back on his retinue, stared for a long time over the city in lonely silence. Then he turned back, sat down on his stool again, and said, I have no instructions. You have done all you could, and for the time being I no longer require your services. You may rest. A thunderstorm is coming, and then we must be on our way. The last paragraph of the chapter, page 409. The clouds from the west enveloped the vast city. Bridges, buildings were all swallowed up. Everything vanished as though it had never been. A single whiplash of fire cracked across the sky. Then the city rocked to a clap of thunder. There was another. The storm had begun. In the driving rain, Volland was no more to be seen. So this black cloud rising in the west, and this storm taking over Moscow.
Yeah, I didn't... So is that part of... This sort of part of them leaving?
I think so.
Do you think? Or
something that comes to mind. I don't know how much
consequence of it.
I don't know how much validity it is to it, but storm, a black cloud rising in the west. I know, could that be the Germans marching on Russia in World War II?
Oh wow! Okay.
Wait, that wouldn't have even happened. That wouldn't have even happened yet.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that wouldn't have happened yet.
It's a nice idea, though. Nice kind of side thing.
It came to mind. It was, yeah. I don't know what that'd be. It could maybe still be like of the West, like Western Europe, and its cultural influences, perhaps. But yeah, maybe not what I first thought it was. Chapter 30. Time to go. What have I written about it? Azazello comes to the master's flat, newly returned to him, and kills him and Margarita so he can take them away to Volland. He gives them something to drink, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Here we are, page 411, thing I keep referring to. Finally actually getting to the right place. Psychologically, both of them had changed considerably. As anyone who would have realised who overheard their conversation. So I made a note of that because twice in the past it talks about Margarita not having been psychologically changed by the events that happened in the book. But now she, as well as the master, are psychologically changed. The devil, the master suddenly exclaimed. Just think of it. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and clasped his head in his hands. Listen, you're intelligent and you haven't been in the madhouse as I have. Do you seriously believe that we spent last night with Satan? Quite seriously, I do.
Yeah, that's interesting, as you said, how the kind of how they deliberately mentioned Margarita being psychologically unchanged previously. Am I misremembering? Did it say unchanged or was it unharmed?
Unharmed.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Then that's fine.
But yeah,
Yeah,
you
you're
would
right.
you would think that even in quite a short space of time, like one or a few events could have lasting changes on a person.
Yeah, definitely.
Um,
No, that's fine. I thought it was almost contradicting itself for a minute and I'd just forgotten the exact wording. So. No, that's fine.
there's a bit where Margarita says, "Just now you unwittingly spoke the truth. The devil does know what it was, and the devil, believe me, will arrange everything." Her eyes suddenly flashed. She jumped up, danced for joy, and shouted, "I'm so happy, happy that I made that bargain with him. Hurrah for the devil. I'm afraid, dear, that you're doomed to live with a witch." I wonder if being a witch could be the equivalent of just being someone proudly outspoken in that time. And you'd be ostracized, maybe even like treated like a witch in the time when like the witch trials were a thing, because there were trials in the communist regime of people who were outspoken, kind of show trials they're referred to as.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'd not thought of it like that. I like that.
"I'm not afraid of anything, Margot," the master suddenly replied. This is the top of page 4 and 3. Raising his head and looking just as he had when he had created the world he had never seen yet knew to be true. The master suddenly replied, raising his head and looking just as he had when he had created that world he had never seen yet knew to be true. So I guess that must be that world he's created is the world of Pontius Pilate. He knew it to be true, and I guess at the beginning of the book, Volin confirmed it to be true by essentially speaking out the same events, the same people with the same names, and he's saying he was there all that time ago, and if anyone really could have been, it would be Satan, someone not human.
Sure.
"I'm not afraid simply because I have been through everything that a man can go through. I've been so frightened that nothing frightens me any longer."
Okay, yeah.
And the master kind of encourages Margarita to kind of go back home. "I feel sorry for you, that's why I say this." There's quite a few parallels between Margarita and his wife, his final wife. I think he had 3 wives, his 3rd wife. Maybe that was part of their relationship, perhaps, where there was a time where Bulgakov thought his wife would be better off without him. Perhaps that's just a guess. I made a note on page about 4 and 5. "Yet now the thought seems to frighten me, and I'm inventing excuses like hypnosis and hallucinations. Hypnotism hell." This is actually a quote I've been talking about. I thought we'd already passed it. Yeah, there's a number of times where there's references to hypnosis and hallucinations. As the master says, as invented excuses. I think 1 or 2 characters, especially particularly in the first half of the book, used those as excuses for things that they've done. Some of it might actually be influenced by Volland and his crew, but I imagine that is a criticism of people who might have really used those excuses in real life back then, doing whatever they did and then being challenged by it by the police or the government or whoever, and then, as it says in the book, inventing one of these excuses, hypnosis or hallucinations. So maybe that's what that is a reference to, because I don't think these minor characters that appear in the first half of the book, they're particularly likeable. I don't think you never really get to know them. They're just...
No, not at all.
They're all quite... Not all of them, but some of them are definitely quite flawed people. Like, I think of Berlioz's roommate, who's described as like a layabout and a sponger. I think he's even described as a sponger. And then here we are now, where not necessarily them directly are being criticised, but their actions are being criticised, or compared to in a negative way. So maybe people reading this book, again, like even just reading it at a high level, just quite a high level, just appreciating the fantasy of it, might read this, not like those characters, and then maybe at some point in the future hear someone in the real world using the same excuse and being able to draw comparisons there. Maybe that's what Bulgakov was going for. But yeah, that's a theory based on just what I'm picking up out of the book.
Yeah, no, that sounds quite likely for sure. I think it almost, well, I guess it's sort of tied in a bit again into that one of the other central quotes around cowardice. Don't know if you remember that.
No.
I think it was one of the introductions particularly points out two main quotes as being like of particular significance, or I think particularly that were most quoted, after the book's release. One of them being manuscripts don't burn, as you mentioned earlier, and the other, I paraphrase, but it's something like cowardice is the worst sin or something like that.
Yeah, I remember this now. I think it was in that Penguin Classics one.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was a better introduction. But then maybe that's not fair. Maybe it's a better introduction because I pretty much finished this book before I read that introduction, so
Perhaps helped.
yeah.
No, I did find it good though. I liked how they had the timeline alongside it as well of political events around the Soviet Union and worldwide.
Yeah. I think this book has like changed my opinion of introductions because I would not read them quite often, and just want to get into the book and maybe have the idea of coming back to them. But it frames so much, puts you in their kind of shoes in a way, and it makes you realise the times they're living in, which would influence both what they're writing and how it was received. I think that's changed my opinion. I think when I come to future books that have those kind of introductions, maybe books that are a few decades old or something, I'll pay more attention and be more motivated to read the introduction first, even though I want to get into page 1, chapter 1.
Same, for sure. I think, like you say there, particularly if it's from a significantly different time or place to myself. Yeah, I think when they're written well, I agree. I think it's really useful. I always, perhaps a bit like you, I don't know, but always almost feared being overly influenced by such a thing, or kind of having someone almost tell me what I was going to experience, you know, and almost kind of prickle at that. I think like not quite what right do you have to tell me that, but a little bit like, no, I want to read it myself, experience it myself.
Form your own opinions.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the time, as I say, particularly if they are well done, then almost why not take that? Yeah, and as I say, like I think if it is well done, it will be done in such a way that it gives you those kind of reference points as building blocks, like you were saying, to then appreciate it better without then spoiling too much of the kind of following construction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I have tried some introductions in the past. I think even one of them like spoiled the book.
Yeah,
that
doesn't surprise me.
But then I think it was a book that was like 100 years old or something. So I think it was I don't know if it's 100 years old. It was the Brothers Karamazov.
Yes,
which I'd spoken to you about before. I think the introduction, I started reading it and I had already had like a spoiler of what happens in the book, which is like the main event. And
you did tell me this, yes.
Yeah, maybe you could argue a book that old and that well known, it almost can't be considered a spoiler if it's just such an obvious, well known thing. But I think I stopped reading the introduction at the point where it referenced that.
Yeah.
Even though I'd already heard of it before, I kind of it put me off a bit. But I think it's a book I'll reread, and I would definitely read the introduction and this time around. And well, A, is nothing to spoil anymore, and B, I want to get an understanding of the context of what was written and why it was written and how it was received.
Yeah, no, that feels like the best way of doing it. I think getting that first pass through just to experience it yourself and try and cobble together some thoughts of our own, and then go back with a bit more reference.
There's yet another. It's probably like the third chapter in a row actually. A fire, reference to fire. Then the fire cried Azazello. Says when Azazello has come to the Master Margarita, The fire where it all began and where we shall end it. Azazello thrust his bony hand into the stove, pulled out a smouldering log and used it to light the tablecloth. So now it's their home. That is ablaze. Then he set fire to a pile of old newspapers on the divan, then the manuscript and the curtains. So they're flying off. I guess technically they are dead at this point. They drank whatever Azazello gave them. They basically passed out, and they've obviously then woken up and they fly off. But the master says, "I want to say goodbye to someone," shouted the master to Azazello, who was cantering along in front of him. So I think they're on these flying horses at this point. And it's Ivan that the master wants to go and see. On page 420, "I've come to say goodbye to you because you're the only person I've been able to talk to in these last days. I shan't write any more stupid poetry," says Ivan. "I've come to understand a lot of things since I've been lying here. I've come to understand a lot of things since I've been lying here." And the master says on, I think this is still page 420. Well, Ivan beamed and said, "I'm so glad you come. You see, I'm going to keep my word. I shan't write any more stupid poetry. Something else interests me now. I want to write something quite different. I've come to understand a lot of things since I've been lying here." And the master says, that's good. You must write the sequel to it." Ivan's eyes sparkled. This is interesting. So the next line is top of page 41. "But won't you be writing it?" Ivan's asking the master. Then he looked down and added thoughtfully, "Oh, yes, of course. What am I saying?" Ivan stared at the ground, frightened. Is that because Ivan knows that the master is dead? Or is at least going to be leaving for good?
It reads like it, doesn't it?
And then we get this roar of the storm. "Do you hear?" asked the master. "The noise of the storm." "No, they're calling me. It's time for me to go."
Just going back to your previous question on the master says, "I'm flying away forever and I've only come to say goodbye."
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
So he probably is sort of inferred it from that.
Yeah.
So I guess in theory you could fly away forever and write the sequel. But yeah, not likely. So anyway, yeah, that's the answer.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure of the significance of the storm other than it's dramatic.
It's quite theatrical, isn't it?
It's very theatrical.
Yeah, that's how I saw it, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's almost a theatrical attachment to Volanden and crew leaving the scene, but perhaps there's more to it than that.
I think I was telling you, as we were reading this,
Yeah.
very, very unrelatedly, I was watching this like YouTube channel, and they were playing Grand Theft Auto 4, and they started a mission, and the mission is called The Master and the Molotov. So I immediately Googled it, and it's only a very subtle reference to the fact that it's like a reference to this book, but the mission starts with Nico, the main character, going and sitting with a guy on a bench, and then he's basically tasked with killing someone, so he goes to a theatre. There's a chase after the theatre, and at the end of the mission, it's like describes on like the wiki page about the mission, there's like a scripted weather event, which is a thunderstorm. So like as the mission is finishing, it forces a thunderstorm on the world.
Very cool.
So yeah, clearly the thunderstorm has had an impression on someone. Maybe it's, they can put a bench in the game, they can put a thunderstorm in the game, maybe they're not going to put floating cats in the game. But yeah, it made it in there, so I think it's obviously had an impression. I think, as you say, it's theatrical. I think it's one of those theatrical elements, like the shootout with Behemoth, yeah, and the black magic, that kind of stuff. The master says, "Farewell, disciple," and began to melt into the air. Ivan felt uneasy. He sat up in bed, gazing round anxiously, groaned, talked to himself, got up. The storm was raging with increasing violence, and it was obviously upsetting him. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so Ivan calls for the nurse. She says, "Are you okay?" Okay, so he says, "I'm in my right mind now. Don't be afraid." but you might tell me, asked Ivan confidentially, what has just happened next door in number 118, which I believe is the master's room. It'd be weird if it wasn't, to reference another room when there was only one other patient Ivan spoke to. Nothing has happened there, said the voice, but her voice betrayed her. You're such a truthful person. Are you afraid I'll get violent? No, Praskovia, the nurse, I won't. You'd better tell me. You can see I sense it all through that wall. Your neighbour has just died, whispered the nurse. I knew it. I'm telling you, Praskovia, that another person has just died in Moscow too. I even know who. Here Ivan smiled mysteriously. It is a woman. So this suggests that the master is still in his room in the clinic.
It does, doesn't it?
And that he's just passed away. So when in the chapter the master is released, so after Satan's rout, when Margarita is given a wish from Volland, she wishes for the master. He does come to her, but there's a version of him in some way still in the clinic.
It seems that way, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Unless he's somehow left and come back.
Yeah.
But no, I think you must be right.
Like his spirit is with her or something, but she sees him really there. Something like that.
And then I guess that connects to the poisoning thing as well. Is that actually happening?
I would guess not. It's happening, I guess. It's one of these fantastical elements where they can really be there.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? But it's interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Well, so, yeah, like it's almost happening kind of to their spirits in some way almost, or, kind of in some other slightly...
Because actually, what interactions do they have
different
with
dimension.
people? After Satan's rout, I think they just go back to his house.
I think you're largely right.
I don't think they go anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of other interactions, I think, but I guess in the same way that they went and visited Ivan, I guess that's still doable, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Margarita shouts at someone as they're leaving the flat. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, right, yes. Is it that? No, it's not that same neighbour, because that was her flat, not the master's flat.
Not Anna. Was it Anna?
Anna was the
different
neighbour,
character?
yeah.
That was the other neighbour.
Oh no, Anna was the neighbour at number 50.
That's
to Berlioz's flat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's not where they are. I thought they were at the master's.
That's not where they are, though.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I thought you were referencing the other neighbour.
Oh, no.
I was saying the other neighbour is Anna,
Yeah.
not this neighbour.
The neighbour I was thinking of was the flying pig neighbour, which is
The other
Margarita's
neighbour.
The other neighbour, yeah.
Gotcha.
I didn't really write much about chapter 31 on Sparrow Hills. It's actually very short. The master says goodbye to the city with sadness, but also excitement.
Okay. Yeah, I've got nothing particular to say on that. Just...
Behemoth at the very end. And as an echo came a piercing laugh and a whistle from Behemoth. The horses leaped into the air and the riders rose with them as they galloped upwards. Margarita could feel her fierce horse biting and tugging at the bit. This is interesting. Volland's cloak billowed out over the heads of the cavalcade and evening drew on. His cloak began to cover the whole vault of the sky. When the black veil blew aside for a moment, Margarita turned round in flight and saw that not only the many-coloured towers but the whole city had long vanished from sight, swallowed by the earth, leaving only mist and smoke where it had been. So this is where they disappear, like from the world. This is where they leave the world. Is my interpretation of that.
Yep. Yeah, happy with that.
And then the final chapter, I've written the group on black horses fly through the sky, transformed in appearance. So they all transform in appearance. We see the true forms of each of Volland's retinue. They arrive on a hill where, quote unquote, the hero, blind, sits and sleeps on a stone chair, wringing his hands and staring at the moon. So this is Pontius Pilate. He's basically been waiting the 2,000 odd years since his part of the story ended. As I understand, he wants to finish his conversation with Yeshua, and Volland tells the master that he's not going to follow him up that path of moonlight.
Yep. Okay.
And Volland says, answering the master's question of would he pursue, he says why try to pursue what is completed, referring to kind of following Procurator of the Moonlight. And then at the top of page 431, why go back? Volland continued, O thrice romantic master, wouldn't you like to stroll under the cherry blossom with your love in the daytime and listen to Schubert in the evening? Won't you enjoy writing by candlelight with a goose quill? So I think this is kind of referring to that piece that he's going to go to, that he deserves. He doesn't deserve the light, as Matthew the Levite says. I'm not sure why that is, but he deserves peace. So this is the peace that Volland is offering him. This is how I interpret it.
Yeah.
You can never send me away. I will watch over your sleep. So said Margarita as she walked with the master toward their everlasting home. Bottom of page 431. His hero had now vanished irretrievably into the abyss. On the night of Sunday, the day of the resurrection, pardon had been granted to the astrologer's son, fifth procurator of Judea, the cruel Pontius Pilate. So I guess, it ends on the same day. Because I remember at the very beginning of the book it talks about it being in spring. So it's obviously at Easter time. So yeah, that's the ending.
Nice.
I can't say it blew me away, the ending, sadly, mainly because I just don't understand enough of the significance of Pontius Pilate and that part of the story.
Yeah, same.
But it was a nice ending. I guess the thing I got most from it was the kind of peace that the Master and Margarita are going to have.
Mm-hmm.
One note I made about the epilogue, one quote I wrote down: everything was done not only to catch the criminals but to provide explanations for what they had done. A reason was found for everything, and one must admit that the explanations were undeniably sensible. So clearly people are being framed for the goings-on of Volland and his crew. A few other people besides cats suffered minor inconvenience.
Yes,
Mid
I remember
page
that.
435. Several arrests were made. Among those arrested for a short time were in Leningrad one man named Wolman and one called Wolper, three Voldemars in Saratov, Kiev and Kharkov, a Valak in Kazan. Apart from that 9 Korovins, 4 Korovkins and 2 Karavayevs were picked up in various places. One man was taken off the Sebastopol train in handcuffs at Belgorod station for having tried to amuse his fellow passengers with card tricks.
Yeah,
So all these people are being picked up and arrested. The only thing I could compare that to in the time of the Soviet Union that I'm aware of is that lots of people were arrested, but sometimes there was quotas given. So the police weren't told arrest this person and this person. They were told arrest.
You basically have to find some people to arrest.
Arrest X thousands of people.
Yep.
Yeah. That kind of reminds me of that, though. It's not exactly the same thing. They're looking for a specific person here, and they're finding anyone who roughly fits that bill.
Yeah, and this seems more to be the fear of the general population. Do you think?
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Maybe there's a different level to it, a different meaning to it.
Maybe.
I'm missing, but
Yeah, I'm missing it too. That's why I'm really looking forward to getting other people's takes on it. I'm so glad we've done this. We've gone through it virtually blind, with the exception of the introductions. I feel like I'll actually for once know where my opinions end and someone else's opinions begin, whereas actually it's so easy to just dive. I'm guilty of this. Dive straight into a video essay or something about a certain topic, and actually, have I really made up my mind on things, or am I just convinced by a good argument or a good take on things?
oh, for sure. And I think often it doesn't stick so well, at least for me anyway. If I, read someone's views on it like that, and I'm going to remember it a lot less.
Yeah.
Whereas I think even if you end up coming to different conclusions eventually, having then which the essays are similar, just kind of having gone through that thought process of trying to analyse it yourself and getting to a conclusion and then comparing that to someone else and thinking, oh yeah, okay, I thought this, but they've said this.
Yeah.
I think just naturally is going to make it stick better in your memory as well. So
I think I'll just actually remember what happens in the book a lot better as well.
I think I will, actually. I know I said to you before how I first read this a few years ago and remembered next to nothing.
Yeah.
Before we started.
Okay, there we go. So I guess now that we've gone through the whole book now, I guess the first thing I'd ask is, what are your overall thoughts?
Yeah. Well, firstly, I enjoyed it. I had fun reading it. Like, I think I probably touched on this a little bit earlier, but I was really quite pleasantly surprised by the sort of levity of some of the dialogue and the sort of comedy in certain bits. And I think I went and reread the first chapter, and some of it almost, maybe this is going a bit far, but like almost kind of made me sort of laugh out loud a little bit, kind of chuckle a little bit as I was reading it. Like some of the, those bits where where Berlioz and Domney are kind of judging the professor for the first time, and you kind of hear their thoughts kind of interspersed with the conversation, and their opinion on Volland's nationality changes about 10 times throughout the course of the chapter, and just kind of little things like that. I found it really quite pleasant to read in general. I think, as I said before, there were some bits I kind of struggled with a bit more, like particularly the kind of the Pontius Pilate sections. Right. I found a little bit harder going. I do wonder though, like how much of that would change when I next read it. I think particularly assuming that we've by that point had a bit of a look at other people's opinions and kind of got more of a general feel as to, okay, this is the general consensus as to what he was perhaps trying to say, and the kind of relevance of these bits and similar. I perhaps sort of expect I would probably get a lot more out of those bits in particular, which I didn't perhaps so much here. But yeah, generally, like, it was fun to read. I think the kind of blend of that sort of comedy and farce, with some bits where I was having to think a bit more as to what the message was, if you like, kind of what was going on, and some of the perhaps slightly deeper bits, I think, made for quite a nice combination. And I think even more, again, like, probably once I know a bit more about the background, I suspect it will kind of elevate it even more in my mind, if that makes sense, in terms of probably how cleverly those fantastical elements are mixed with the allusions to real life, to society at the time, and Bulgakov's kind of views on that, and perhaps criticisms on some of that and so on. Yeah, so that's sort of, that's probably my answer, or at least my first answer. And I'll stop there for now. What about you?
Yeah, so I'm in a lot of agreement. I really enjoyed it. I'm definitely looking forward to rereading it after having talked about it at length that we have, and then researching it, like looking at like essays, video essays and stuff that I like to do. I feel like I'll get so much more out of those now that we've spoken about it, and I feel like I've gotten so much more out of the book than I would have because we planned to speak about it. We went in with the idea of speaking about it. Not that I plumbed all its depths the first time round, but it definitely got me thinking more. And I think we've said before, there's plenty of, like, for me, there's plenty of books I've read where I couldn't actually then describe the plot afterwards, but this
so many for me.
I could give a pretty decent account of all the happenings. And I was pleasantly surprised by how entertaining it was. I think the first chapter in particular was very entertaining, and also, just as we've kind of touched on before, Berlioz and his crew throughout. And then also Ivan in the clinic when he first goes there, there were some quite humorous moments for me, like him calling the police and ordering 5 motorcycles with machine guns to arrest the foreigner. Like, no more explanation than that.
Mm-hmm. And then proceeding to throw himself against a window.
Yeah.
Is that scene?
Yeah. Fine windows you've got here, I think is what he said. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to understanding more about all of it. And I don't think I struggled too much with the Pontius Pilate chapters in terms of just readability.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's like a Catholic school background that maybe I felt a bit initiated in there.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely unexpected. It was a surprise that there was this story within a story or a side story. I definitely wasn't expecting that. I think where you touched on this, I think where I did struggle at times and kind of had to kind of keep going were some of the chapters where we're being introduced to quite a few different characters. They're quite minor characters of the different residents of Moscow. And then we spoke about how in the second half, when it's more focused on Margarita, how much things pick up. The story focuses on her so much more. You've got I think it's 4 or 5 chapters of her in a row.
Yes.
And how there's quite a shift there. And yeah, I just liked all the fantastical elements. They were pretty surprising as well. Like, I know the stories about the devil coming to Moscow, Satan coming to Moscow, but I still didn't expect half of what we read, what was thrown our way, the different creatures and characters. And yeah, I wouldn't have expected there'd be a shootout between the police and a cat with a machine gun swinging across a chandelier.
Definitely one of my favourite scenes.
Yeah. So I made a couple of notes. They're not very extensive or anything, just on the themes that I was getting out of the book. I think the main, there's 2 kind of primary ones. One is quite a few times there seems to be criticism of writers.
Yes.
Like writers at the time. I think we've discussed this before. I think that's Bulgakov's opinion of the popular writers at the time and the propaganda-like works they would have been spewing out. The other side was the other main theme was this criticism of the authoritarian state. So, for example, getting arrested for having foreign money. I think the idea was that foreign money should go to the people. In reality, that would go to the bigwigs, the heads up. And there were other elements in there that I think mapped onto life then quite well, such as people reporting on other people to the police for their own personal gain.
Yep.
Whether that's to get their flat or... Well, that was the main one. There might have been some other examples of people reporting on each other. Maybe they were just doing it even just for the hell of it sometimes. Because they could, and they just didn't like them for some reason, even if they weren't going to get anything out of them themselves. There's a couple of 3 other points that aren't quite as big as the other 2. One was like rewriting of public records and the censorship. It kind of does fall into the authoritarianism one, but there was a couple of mentions of that. And then I wrote down hallucination as a form of excuse. So there were a couple of times, I think especially towards the end of the book, where people talk about hallucinations being an explanation for their actions, where actually I think in a lot of cases you could be said that their actions are actually kind of down to their own character. And I think it's the master towards the end does make a reference to hallucinations, and he kind of is quite critical of that as an idea to explain some of the happenings.
Yes.
And then the final one is transformation after trauma. So there was twice in the book where it makes clear that Margarita was kind of psychologically unchanged by what happened. But I think in a good way, like she wasn't broken or psychologically affected by what she's experienced. She's pretty tough. Others were, like, Psyche was broken quite immediately. I forget the name of the character, but the one who had those dollars found in his house that he'd hid.
Yes.
And he's being taken away by the police, and he's described as being like a shell of a man almost. I think he was he was acting as if he was drunk. He was so shaken. And
Yeah. Is that Nicanor, maybe?
I think, yeah,
Nicanor Ivanovich?
that sounds right. Yeah.
I might have invented that. But yes. I think show trials was another thing you mentioned.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely another one. Yeah, we didn't really talk too much about that dream sequence, did we? I think is it
No.
Ivan's dream sequence. Is it Ivan?
It was Nicanor, I think.
Oh, it was
the guy
Nicanor.
we were just referring to. I think. Because he gets stitched up, doesn't he, with the currency.
Yes.
And then, as you say, he then arrives at the asylum or hospital as a shell of a man.
Yeah.
And then I think it sent his dream off the back of that when he's basically being being publicly called upon to surrender his foreign currency.
Yeah, and there was we talked about this already, there was a man who does confess in that sequence. He goes on stage and confesses, and then maybe even outs his aunt, I think it was.
I think you're right. I couldn't remember if that was perhaps unintentional, I'm not sure. But
The dream of Nicanor Ivanovich, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, he ends up getting talked into stitching her up as well in the trial. Yeah,
I'm sure of that. I'm sure that happened all the time.
Mm.
And I think this is wrapped in this fantasy of, oh, it's a dream and there are these devilish characters. This is what happens, this is what happens when you deal with these otherworldly evil beings. But in reality, I think Bulgakov is saying, no, this literally happened in the Soviet Union. It might not be as dramatic as this, but the results were the same.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, it reminds me of so when I spent a few days in Budapest a couple of years ago, and we had a spare couple of hours, so we went on a walking tour that was done by a woman, probably, I guess, like maybe our kind of age or early middle age, like 30s, 40s probably. But it really stuck with me how she described the different generations of Hungarians,
Right.
and their sort of different kind of attitudes shaped by going through the process of occupation by the Soviet Union
Yeah.
post World War II. And she was saying that, like, her parents, for example, were really quiet. They weren't, they were so, it was so drilled into them effectively to not open up, not speak your mind,
Okay.
because of this fear of being ratted out, if you like, that it had such an obvious effect on this whole generation.
Oh, wow.
Which, I thought was quite interesting to kind of hear that firsthand.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah. So, and yeah, she recognised that in them, and then I guess drew comparisons to her generation.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I can't remember the exact word she used, but it definitely had that feeling of almost kind of, I don't know, maybe a bit too poetic, but almost kind of rising from the ashes of that,
Yeah.
and kind of learning to kind of forge their own way as their own generation, and kind of, sort of get used to the comparative freedom that they now had, and
Yeah.
kind of almost sort of spread their wings a bit, if you like, compared to the previous generation.
Yeah. And I could only imagine the parents being pleased for that next generation, but still being set in their ways psychologically from everything they went through. Like, that's not going to change overnight.
No, it'd be really hard to unlearn those kind of behaviours, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, very interesting. Wow. No, I hadn't heard you spoke about that before.
So yeah, I mean, presumably it would have been at least as bad as that, probably.
Yeah.
Kind of some of the scenes that are described here. Yeah, I'm kind of picturing a very similar sort of everyone on edge almost, basically not feeling like you can trust even your own family.
Yeah. I think that was the atmosphere. As is my understanding, you'd have to be careful who you really shared your deepest opinions with if you did disagree with the status quo. I think you'd be risking everything if you shared with the wrong person. And then there's the case to make. I think 1984 does a good job of making this case, is if you're afraid to have those opinions and you don't share them, and it's wrong to have those opinions, does that lead people away from those expressions out of fear? And does that then lead to those opinions ceasing to exist? Because there was a point in the Soviet Union where it was, I believe this is true, it was illegal to criticise the Communist Party.
Yeah.
So if you I think I draw comparisons to 1984, where they basically tried to remove certain words. I think they couldn't have the word bad. Like, obviously this is a fictional story at this point, so you wouldn't say bad, you would say ungood. So they're controlling language, and I guess what I'm trying to say is there was controlling language here in a less obvious way. But if you control language in that way, you do, I think, control thought in that way, and I think that's what they were leading. That's the path they were going down. Actually being able to affect people's opinions, and ideally for those in power, people wouldn't know any other way other than the way things currently are, and not even know of capitalism, for example, or at least only see it as something very bad that happens elsewhere. So with that said, it must have been quite a shock and a revelation for this book to have come out. I think we already read in the other introduction that people were it was an overnight success in terms of its initial printing. I don't think they printed tons. Maybe I'll see how many I can find how many were printed. But yeah, it wasn't like a huge publication, and it did take a while. It did take years later before it was published in its original uncensored form.
Yep.
But yeah, I think people were talking about it instantly.
It really stresses that, I think, doesn't it, in production?
I think people. I know Bulgakov read it aloud to some of his close friends. That was the first time he ever really shared it.
Oh, okay.
He was probably, I can imagine him being afraid to share a printed copy. I guess if you say it, yes, people hear it and get it, but there's no physical evidence to tie it back to you.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you said that he did actually burn the manuscript, did
he? He did, yeah. And then rewrote it. So yeah, in the Penguin Classic introduction, actually the very first page of the introduction, the 150,000 copies sold out within hours. In the weeks that followed, group readings were held, people meeting each other would quote and compare favourite passages. There was talk of little else. Certain sentences from the novel immediately became proverbial. The very language of the novel was a contradiction of everything wooden, official, imposed. It was a joy to speak.
Yes.
Bulgakov was known well enough, but outside a very small group, the existence of the Master and Margarita was completely unsuspected. And here was not some minor literary remains, but a major novel, the author's crowning work. Then there were the qualities of the novel itself, its formal originality, which I think is even true now. I don't think there's been that much. I don't think I've read anything like it that does what it's doing. Not in the same way, like how satirical it is. And obviously I've read fantasy and I've read satirical things, but not in that combination. Its devastating satire of Soviet life and of Soviet literary life in particular.
Yeah.
Its quote-unquote theatrical rendering of the Great Terror of the 30s, the audacity of its portrayal of Jesus Christ and Pontius Pilate, not to mention Satan. But above all, the novel breathed an air of freedom, artistic and spiritual, which had become rare indeed, not only in Soviet Russia. Yeah, that freedom of expression is dampened and put down and minified. And then all of a sudden this comes along. I wonder what the first cover looked like. It probably didn't have pictures on it. It probably didn't have a nice bit of artwork, but...
Yeah, because how did it first... So the release they're talking about there, was it published in a magazine or something? Or some kind of journal? Or?
No, that's right. The monthly magazine Moskva, otherwise a rather cautious and quiet publication, carried the first part of the Master and Margarita in its 1966 issue.
Yeah, okay.
And it does talk about some point. I think it might be this one actually. So it's your copy. No.
That's yours.
It does. One of these does talk. In 1938, a year before contracting a fatal illness, he, Bulgakov, completed his prose masterpiece, The Master and Margarita. He died in 1940. In 1966 to 67, thanks to the persistence of his widow, the novel made a first incomplete appearance in Moscow. So I think that. So I think the 150,000 print that everyone was talking about, I think that is actually a censored version. Then it says, and in 1973 appeared in full.
Yeah, okay.
So even a censored version was sensational. Not even everything that we've read in here.
Yeah, sure.
It would be interesting to know what was omitted, what wasn't in that original version.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a sort of general summary. Yeah, we'll have to look at that, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good to kind of hear it really spelt out like that.
Yeah.
And obviously we can't exactly put ourselves in those people's shoes, but, you know, you can sort of almost start to imagine, you know, how excited you might be by such a thing. And,
I'm trying to think if we've had a modern. I wonder what a modern day equivalent would be. It probably wouldn't be a book. It'd be like a Netflix documentary, or either kind of. I don't think books like this have the same impact in society today. Not that they don't have any, but I think something that like some kind of work that would hit the headlines might come in a different form. But even then, I'm not aware of anything doing the same kind of thing. A satire of the culture of today, making that same impact.
No.
Maybe part of that is, you could argue, maybe a positive of the day where we have a wealth of information and books and content in general, and not to detract from this book, but yeah, maybe we don't have the exact same setup where actually we have lots of stuff coming through, and obviously stuff does rise above the rest and capture people's attention. This sounds like it came at a time where there was a lot less of that. There's a lot of censorship, there's a lot of fear for expressing your own opinion, but then actually credit to Bulgakov, he came in very boldly and bravely at a great personal risk and brought this out.
Yeah, that's right. I guess it would probably, to come up with a modern day equivalent for our society, I guess you'd have to try and find something that sort of felt similarly like taboo, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, I can't think what an example would be, but, you know, something that was so not previously spoken about. And
yeah. I think we do have stuff like that, but it's all like quite positive stuff. It's like, you know, push for like inclusivity, diversity, for example. Like these are things that are at the forefront right now, it feels. But where they're just like positive things building on the positivity of the past, it feels quite different to Bulgakov's critique of the state at the time, which was oppressive and led to famine and death and exile and all this.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then there's obviously that added component of, you know, him being relatively well known and this sort of suddenly appearing. Was it a couple of decades? Did you say roughly? No.
Yeah. He died in 1940.
A fair while after his death.
Yeah. So he never saw it. He never saw it published. So it was. He died in 1940, and it was 26 to 27 years later. But actually, in its full form, 33 years later, that it appeared in full.
Okay, probably have to pick an equivalent. Very well-known author who is now dead, and then suddenly 26 years later, it's revealed that they wrote an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah.
That speaks really bravely and poignantly on something that was incredibly taboo and unspoken really. So. Did you have any thoughts on the language used? I know for me there was probably at least one word per chapter, probably more, that I had to look up.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how our vocabularies compare, so we can find out right here. How was it for you? Did you feel it pretty?
I definitely would. I definitely would be quick to Google a word that I was unsure about or didn't know. I don't know if you have any hand that you were looking up.
Yeah. It's funny. So I'm going to say these and hope that they haven't been auto-corrected.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
I might be making up words. I didn't know what attar of roses was.
Oh right, yeah, yeah.
Like a
No,
fragrance or something.
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like-
I think I was unsure about that, but didn't actually Google that.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
one
I
of those
meant to
things
at
that
the
you
end.
can probably quite easily like infer roughly
yeah.
what it's talking about. But I guess there are some things relevant to terms relevant to society that I didn't know. So like is it when Basdomini is talking about someone having a typical is it kulak mentality?
Oh, yeah. Kulak mentality, yeah.
I didn't know. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that. Neurasthenia. I think that was some medical condition.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
Obviously, did a good job
of.
of looking it up because I can't remember. What a dacha was. Those sort of country house or cottages, because they talk about those being available, don't they, to some of the people in Masalit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess another what's the word? Poking fun at that kind of
Yeah.
club. Then we're fighting over who has the country. There is that scene, isn't there, when some of them are like, is it like after? No, when they're waiting. So in Masalit,
Yeah.
when Berlioz has had his head cut off by the tram,
Yeah.
and his colleagues at Masalit don't yet know. There's a scene where they're sat in their meeting room waiting for him and getting more and more impatient by him being late.
Yes, I do remember this. No,
And I
yeah.
think they start so one of the subjects that comes up is kind of complaining about who's had access to these like Masalit owned kind of country houses effectively.
Right.
And sort of moaning about that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
quite funny. Quite a lot of things. Wheedling. Annoyingly, again, I don't actually have that.
Is that not just
definition, so
like
I didn't know what that was.
some like insult about someone? Would that not
Yeah,
just be what it is?
probably. But anyway, untrammeled.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so for me, there are probably, as I say, about one or two words per chapter. I think
I think there's like,
maybe more.
as books of this go, that's pretty good, and especially I think maybe a chunk of those would be attributed to the original country and the time that they were written in, the time the book was written in.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes me think that it's probably quite accessible for most people,
I think you're right.
which I think
Yeah.
I very much imagine was deliberate. Like he wanted this in the hands and minds of everyone, and I think if people were grabbing hold of it and talking about it and sharing their favourite passages, that is probably exactly what he would have hoped for. Yeah, I given what he was satirising and criticising, Bulgakov doesn't strike me as someone who just wanted to produce an artistic masterpiece that just others like him would gush over, but actually wouldn't really have an impact on society. I think he aimed to make a difference, and the good that he aimed to do in that difference, as opposed to I want to produce my masterpiece that only other people at my level can really appreciate.
Yes, and given the other criticisms of the literary world there, you can imagine him probably feeling quite strongly potentially on that kind of issue.
A very good point. I think with more knowledge of what the times were like, and obviously, like, I've read a bit about what the time was like there, but I think hearing more about it in relation to the book will be very interesting. Like elements of society that are particularly being criticised here and brought to attention, and therefore when I'm like with that in mind, I'm very much looking forward to rereading it, because I like rereading stuff where you know what's happened, so it almost eliminates the fact that you're reading it to find out what happens. You can actually, I almost find if I'm rereading a book, I can be more like in the moment when I'm reading it. I'm not thinking about, I'm uncovering the story. If I'm reading something and I know what happens, I can almost not worry, because I know what's going to happen. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. It's like you've got that first layer that you've already discovered.
Yeah.
You can then take that for granted and then build upon that, if you like. And start.
In the simplest way, I'll get references that the book might make early on that reference things that happen towards the end as you go in. So obviously I get references looking back. When I reread, I'll get references looking forward, further into the book.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Well, should we leave it there?
Yeah. Thank you for listening. I've been Tom.
I've been James.
Yeah. Hope you enjoyed it, and we plan to do more. So stay tuned.
See you then.